clear that you are still under your former oath?
Yes, thank you.
Advocate Pure.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to Chair, good morning to Commissioner Mabena, and to my colleague, and to Mr. Engelbrecht and the interpreter, good morning. Mr. Engelbrecht, I think we have engaged on a couple of issues. I think for today, it may not take much of our time. We'll just touch base on few aspects, and then that should conclude my cross-examination. When we ended yesterday, we had paid our attention, or we were focusing on page 5 of your statement of the 23rd of October 2023. If you could go there, please.
Got it?
Thank you. In paragraph 5 of that, I think we have dealt with the issue of rehabilitation,
Yes.
so we're not going to go to it. And the aspect that I just want to briefly touch with you, it's paragraph 6, relating to, more specific, the part where you are making reference to private EMS operators. In this statement, you say private EMS operators did a sterling job with triage, treatment and transportation of patient to various hospitals.
That's right, yes.
Yeah, and there's no issue that these people, the private, did contribute, and it cannot be denied. Their contribution was valuable in this tragedy. So, having dealt with that, it's also proper to just to get your view that the city EMS also played its part in processing and treating and transportation of patients to various hospitals. I'm sure you would not have an issue with that.
It just needs to be qualified and
Yes.
understood. The city doesn't have an ambulance division any longer, and so the city is dependent on GPG, which is the Gauteng Provincial Government Ambulance Services,
Yes.
with which, of course, they've got a good relationship, and that relationship did reflect that morning.
Okay.
So, yeah, there's no question about the Joburg EMS being involved with it now.
Okay, great stuff. And then, now that we have just moved, dealt with that, then we can flip the page to go to page 6 and paragraph 6. And here we have a phrase, or I don't know how to call it, USAR, and you have expressed your views on this. Do you see paragraph 6?
Yes, I've got it.
Yes. And you, in your evidence, have expressed your view on this, on the role of the EMS and the Johannesburg City Fire Department. And as you go down, you also make reference, there is a full equipment heavy rescue unit in Northview. And then you also then mention that a contained full equipment donated by COCTA, as it appears. And anything that, in your view, was a shortcoming from the EMS insofar as this aspect is concerned, as we sit here,
The only issue that I have is that as a subdivision, the USAR trained people should have been deployed as a unit early on in the exercise, in which they weren't. The fact that there were individual USAR members later identified on that scene as much of a muchness. They operate as a unit, they are trained as a unit, they are equipped to deal with it as a unit, and that was my only gripe.
And again, your gripe is based on a general view, not any intimate knowledge of what actually happened on that particular day.
Yeah, as we've already identified, I wasn't there,
Yes,
so.
yes. And then we're not gonna go to B. We have dealt with a turntable ladder. It's page 6.
Yeah.
We dealt with it yesterday. Sorry. And now can we then go to page 7, paragraph 7. And in paragraph 7A, you say, why was the disaster not fully mobilized? When it was already quite clear we were facing a monstrous disaster.
Yes.
That is the question that you ask. And according to the witness that will, my apology, the witness that will come before this inquiry and who has deposed to a further affidavit, Mr. Mnacheng, will come and deal with the issue that of disaster management. And what I'm going to put to you is that according to the city, the process of disaster management is an aftermath process. You deal with the calamity after. This is what he's going to say. And what is your view on that?
It's a historical issue. It's nothing new. And historically, disaster management follows FEMA guidelines. And there's nothing that says that A, they must only engage after the fact, or B, they should engage during the fact. And so, all indications were that around 3 o'clock, we all knew that we're in contact with that scene in any way, which way, whether we were there or not, that this was a calamity. And so the question remains, why did disaster management not assist the fire department? You cannot hold the fire department, which doesn't have a competency for doing the work of disaster management, or of the police, responsible for going beyond their own competency, which is rescue, recovery of those bodies, and then get the bodies outside, and now the bodies start heaping up outside without further control. There is nothing that says that disaster management could not have gotten involved, and therefore my qualified question would still be, why weren't they involved? From the first moment. And in the first moment, I mean, I reckon within the first hour.
Okay.
This has never happened in this country or in the continent.
Did I understand you correct to say there is no hard and fast rule? I'm just paraphrasing what you've said. There is no hard and fast rule that say they must be there at the time of the incident. Maybe let me just to that end and
Sure.
okay.
You're summarizing it correctly.
Thank you.
There's no hard and fast rule that said they should have been there, and there's no hard and fast rule that says they shouldn't be there.
Thank you.
And so I think they should have been guided by the incident.
Thank you so much. And now that we have dealt with that, we can then move to,
Before that,
Yes.
can there be interpretation on what has been covered in cross-examination? Mr. Koza?
Thank you, Chair. Okokuqala nje ummeli uma evula udaba lwakhe uqale wakhumbuza lapho sigcine khona izolo ukuthi bekugcine kuxoxwa ngani. Ngakho indaba iqala lapha ya estatementeni umnumzana uEngelbrecht asenza ngomhla ka-23 October ebese sekhasini 5 lapho kwakukhulunywa khona ngabezimo eziphuthumayo abazimele abangekho ngaphansi kahulumeni ukuthi phakathi kwezinto azisho kwaba ukuthi benza umsebenzi omuhle kakhulu kutakuleni abantu nasekusizeni kulenhlekelele eyayivelile. Kodwa ke ummeli ubesebuza ukuthi uthini ngabezimo eziphuthumayo abangaphansi komkhandlu wedolobha ingabe nabo benza umsebenzi omuhle yini. Uvumile umnumzana uEngelbrecht ukuthi yebo nabo abokhandlu wedolobha benza umsebenzi omuhle yize bebhekisela endabeni yama-ambulance njengoba bethembele ekusizweni uma kuziwa endabeni yama-ambulance. Kodwa lelo daba lube seliphethwa ngokuthi kusobala ukuthi abezimo eziphuthumayo abasiza bezimele nabangaphansi komkhandlu wedolobha benze umsebenzi omuhle kulenhlekelele. Kube sekudlulele ekhasini lesithupha lapha ekhasini lesithupha ummeli umbhekise kulaya amagama angu USAR aqala kanjalo esigabeni 6 sakhona lapho kukhulunywa khona ngezimo zabacishi bomlilo kanye nabezimo eziphuthumayo abama-ambulance uma bekhona. Futhi nalapho kushiwo ukuthi estatementini sakhe ushilo ukuthi kwakukhona ama-container amaningi akubhalile okwakunezinto eziningi ezazinikelwe kuwona. Kodwa ubesebuza ukuthi ngokwalokho akushoyo estatementini sakhe ukuthi zazikhona izinto kukhona yini okwakushoda. Umnumzana uEngelbrecht uthe bekungaba kuhle uba bekungaba nento ebizwa ngokuthi i-unity noma uphiko. Uma kunophiko abantu basebenza kangcono ngaphansi kalolo phiko ngoba bayaqeqeshwa bakwazi ukuthi benze kahle. Ngakho yilokho yena anomuzwa ukuthi uma kungaba nophiko olunjalo olubhekele lokho bekuyoba ngcono kakhulu. Akabange sangena kakhulu ke ummeli endabeni yestebhisi ngoba nizokhumbula ukuthi izolo sixoxe ngaso kakhulu. Ube sedlulele ekhasini lesikhombisa lapho futhi ekhulume ngendaba yezinhlekelele noma abalawula izinhlekelele phecelezi ama-disaster management. Musa emazwini akhe umnumzana uEngelbrecht ukuthi ukuba kuya ngaye bekuyoba kuhle ukuba abezimo abalawula inhlekelele bavele bafika ngaso isikhathi ecepheleni embhalweni wakhe obhalwe phansi uthi ngo-3 ekseni. Manje ummeli ke ubesebuza ukuthi kodwa ke ngoba uzofika umuntu ozoza azofakaza lapha ukuthi abaningi abasebenza ngezinhlekelele abalawula izinhlekelele imvamisa bafika sekwenzekile lokho abezi ngesikhathi senhlekelele ukuze bakwazi ukuhlonza ukuthi ngempela kunenhlekelele bafika ngemva kokuba sekwenzekile. Ngakho bebengeke bakwazi ukufika inhlekelele isaqhubeka. Umnumzana uEngelbrecht ushilo ke ukuthi yebo kunjalo kodwa akusho ukuthi kuyimpoqo ukuthi kube njalo. Kodwa manje kukhona yini okubhaliwe okusho njalo ke ilapho ke umnumzane uEngelbrecht evumile ukuthi cha akukho okubhaliwe. Ngakho njengoba kungekho okubhaliwe kusho ukuthi kuvuleleke kukho kokubili. Abalawula izinhlekelele bangafika ngesikhathi umlilo usaqhubeka noma inhlekelele noma bafike ngemva kwayo ngoba ayikho into ebhalwe phansi ethi kufanele kube njalo. Ngakho indaba ke iphele lapho umnumzana uEngelbrecht esho ukuthi kodwa ngokwaleli yazinga lomlilo indlela wawubhebhetheka ngayo kwalali likhulu kakhulu. Ngakho ngokubona kwakhe kwakufanele ukuthi abezimo abalawula izinhlekelele bafike ngaso leso sikhathi babandakanywe kulomlilo. Kodwa kugcine ke ingxoxo yabo iphetha ngokuthi okwamanje awukho umthetho obhalwe phansi umnumzana uEngelbrecht angawubeka ofakazela istatement sakhe sokuthi kwakufanele ngabe bafikile.
Yes, Advocate Pure.
Thank you, Chair. We can move to page 8, Mr. Engelbrecht. And in this, I'm just going to draw your attention to the first sentence where you say, subsequent press conferences by the mayor and the city manager resulting in dancing about the actual issues. The council property all need to be regularly inspected by a fire safety division. A record of this activity should be kept. If they claim it has been done, it should be simple for them to produce the record. You are expressing your view that it should be, there should be a record in which one would not dispute that any institution should keep the record. But as we sit here, or as we are here today, you cannot say there was no such a record. Can you?
No.
Thank you. And then, now that we have dealt with that, there's a bullet point, bullet point number 4. You say the fire department ought to be audited by an independent SANS accredited, and then third party audit. FAPSA is not such a party. So you are saying, as I understand, that FAPSA is not a proper component to audit the department, the fire department.
There's a whole lot contained in those two lines. The City Council referenced SANS 10090 that they will be compliant with that, number 1. Number 2, the Fire Brigade Services Act says that once the council has established a fire brigade service, it should maintain it at the level it was in 1987 when the act was written. SANS 10090, as is the case with all SANS standards, can only be certified if it's audited. And it can only be audited by a SANAS accredited auditor. And SANAS is a body inside of the DTI, which is the only recognized body for determining whether a certification entity can operate. Now, the reason I refer to FPASA is that historically the insurers who created FPASA in 1970 so that they could have an inspection body at that time to show them the way with fire department compliance at that time, as there were no other bodies then. So it was intended that the FPASA, amongst others, would keep a technical library, number 1, and number 2, would be able then to audit a fire brigade so that the insurer could know whether the fire brigade of a city or a town is in fact well enough positioned to protect the assets of that insurer. So that's the historical background of the FPASA's relationship with insurers. Insurers still today would from time to time ask the opinion of the FPASA as to whether a fire brigade actually qualifies to protect the insurer's assets. But the insurer's assets is not the sum total of the city's assets or of the taxpayer's assets. And so we have to fall back on SANAS, which is the accredited body for determining whether an inspectorate or a an auditor would qualify A, to do the inspection, and B, to certify in terms of that SANS standard, which is 10090. And so the city, having referenced themselves, done themselves the favor to reference that they will comply with 10090, now has to, of course, prove that they comply with 10090. The city cannot inspect its own service. Nobody ought to mark their own homework. I think that's a good principle. And so therefore I state that having referenced 10090 will now be inspected against 10090 and then be certified. And only then will we know, instead of looking at 2 minutes in one fire, whether the brigade actually was compliant. Now we're looking at the total brigade, and that's the idea.
Thank you, Mr. Engelbrecht. Again, on this aspect, as you have elaborated, there is no hard and fast rule that say FAPSA cannot audit the fire department. Or are you able to point to us any provision in SANS that says that cannot be done?
FPASA is not an inspectorate accredited by SANAS, and SANAS is the government-appointed accreditation body. So that's simple. So
specific provision that's in SANS that says that cannot be done. FAPSA cannot interview them. Are you able to point that out? Or you'll have to think about it and have a look at it?
No, I can respond to it.
Okay.
If SANS 10090 was a compulsory standard, then there would be no question. But now it's not a compulsory standard, it is a voluntary standard. In other words, the council had a choice to let it go past. It didn't have to reference it. But now that it's referenced it, that's where the problem lies. So we cannot, it's like having a school-going child. We can't just send the child to school for 12 years. And yet at no stage do we ever evaluate it. And we never certify it, but we send it into the world and say, well, go find yourself a job. It's just not on. I think it's mostly common sense, probably.
Can I say maybe it's
Yes,
the opportune time
Mr.
to...
Khoza.
Ayeke qhubekile ke manje ummeli wayesemuse ekhasini 8 lapho ecaphune khona amazwi akhe apha ekhuluma khona ngembiko abezindaba bebizwe yimeya kanye nemanager edolobha kulapho ke aveze khona umnumzane uEngelbrecht ukuthi kufanele kube khona ama record ezinto ezinjalo abhalwa phansi. Akuzange kuhlalwe kakhulu ke kulolo daba ngenxa yokuthi indaba yama record ubuzile ummeli ukuthi angeke washo ulimise ngesihloko uthi ngempela idolobha linawo lawo ma record kunjalo wayesethi yebo ngeke akwazi ukusho lokho ngakho ke kwasheshe kwadlulwa ke kule ndaba yama record ngoba ubengeke akwazi ukufakazela ukuthi akhona noma awekho yize estatementeni sakhe wayethe kufanele abe khona. Kutheke ukuthi kancane endabeni yalokho kubizwa ukuthi ama accreditation kunezinhlaka lapha ezisetshenziswayo. Lezi zinhlaka zisebenza ukubheka nokugunyaza izinto ezisetshenziswayo. Unikeza umlando omfushane umnumzane uEngelbrecht ukuthi isukaphi lento yalezi zinhlaka. Kunezinhlangano ezibizwa ngokuthi iFAPSA, FAPSA kanye neSANS. Lezi zinhlangano ushilo umnumzane uEngelbrecht ukuthi ngesikhathi isungulwa iFAPSA ngo1970 yayisebenza njengohlaka okuyilo elibhekelelayo lugunyaze luphasise izinto ezisuke zizosetshenziswa mhlawumbe njengezinto ezisetshenziswa uma kunezigameko ezicisha umlilo ukubheka izimoto ezicisha umlilo bese bekhipha nezigunyazo futhi beyiphinde isebenzelane nalabo abenza umshwalense walezo zinto ukuthi zonke izinto zihamba kahle yini kodwa ubeseveza ukuthi manje sokukhona lokho okubizwa ngokuthi iSANS okuyiyona ke manje okufanele ilethe abahlola bazohlola bese khipha izitifiketi ummeli ke kodwa ubuzile ukuthi kezwakala lokho kushoyo kodwa ingabe ke ngamazwi akho usho ukuthi iFAPSA le ayanele yini yona ukuthi iwenze wonke lo msebenzi osanda kuwusho noma kubhalwe phi ukuthi akufanele iFAPSA iwenze lo msebenzi ushilo naye ukuthi cha akasho ukuthi kufanele ikwenze njengoba kunjalo uveza amazwi anjengokuthi ngezinye isikhathi kuba yinto engeyona impoqo kodwa eyivolunteer ukuthi kufanele yenziwe ngakho akukho kubhalwe phansi nalapha futhi angakhipha akubeke obala kodwa uma niwasebenzisa nje isibonelo somuntu ocabangayo ngokuthi athi idolobha alikwazi ukuzihlola lona kube yilo elinemshini liphinde liziphenye lona lihlola ukuthi izinto zalo zikahle ngokuthi enze isibonelo ngengane ukuthi ingane ayikwazi ukubhala umsebenzi bese iphinde kuba yiyo futhi ezimakelayo kufanele kube khona othile ozoza ezomaka umsebenzi wayo ngakho ke ingakho emile kwelokuthi iSANS lena iyona okufanele isebenze ekwenzeni lo msebenzi onjalo futhi kuye ngokombono wakhe kunjengokungathi uma kungazange kube khona okhipha isitifiketi kufana nokuyisa ingane esikolweni iziqede isikolo bese iyofuna imisebenzi kodwa kungazange kube khona ohlolayo umsebenzi wayo ukuthi uhambe kahle yini kodwa ke kube sekuphethwa ke kulolu daba lokuthi yize kunjalo umnumzana Engelbrecht akakwazi namanje ukukhipha okubhalwe phansi okungasho ukuthi lolu hlaka olubizwa ngokuthi iFAPSA alwanele ukwenza lo msebenzi wokuhlola lugunyaza izinto ezisetshenziswayo.
Thank you, sir.
Sir,
Yes.
can I just clarify the two acronyms
Yes, sir.
so that they don't get confused?
Yes, sir.
SANAS
Yes.
is an entity inside of the DTI.
Okay.
It's an authority that accredits inspection bodies.
Yes.
SANS, S-A-N-S,
Yes.
is a national standard written by the SABS.
Correct.
So just to, that
Thank-
one A may make a,
Different.
may be confusing, yeah.
Thank you so much for that, Mr. Engelbrecht. We now going to move to another topic. Well, it's same in the page 8, where paragraph 9, where you dealt with the standard in Johannesburg Fire Department. In this statement, what caught my eyes was the standard in Joburg Fire Department have deteriorated over the past 10 years, and under both political administrations, to the degree of the divisions operate to any international accepted levels of performance. What I understand, and if you'll correct me, you are saying the standard has deteriorated
Yes.
for the past 10 years.
Yes.
And as we sit here, are you able to point exactly why you say the standard has deteriorated?
Well, if you go to 27 of the 35 stations right now, at this moment, without shifting fire engines around, you'll find that most of the fire stations are vacant. There are no fire engines. Number one, that's a very simple measurement. So that's one of the measurements.
Okay. Are you expressing this view with any intimate knowledge or your past experience, not the current? As we understand, and you'll correct me, at one stage you were working as a fire department in the fire department in Midrand. Am I correct?
Yes, I was the fire chief of Midrand before. I was also the founder of the Sandton Fire Department Task Force in 1986,
Yes.
in which position I served for 7 years. So my knowledge of, in relation to this paragraph, would go back as recently as 2017, before I even founded the private service, when I wrote a script under the title Fire RSA, in which I dissected the fire services in 2017, when I wrote the script Fire RSA, in which I dissected fire services in the country, and then amongst others also Johannesburg, of course. At that stage, Johannesburg still had an ambulance service. And so during that time, I also wrote, and it is taken up somewhere in these documents, a synopsis on what I thought could be done to assist Johannesburg in turning the service delivery around. During that time, I had a full work session with the then acting fire chief and an assistant fire chief, which I prefer to not mention their names out of respect for that workshop. That was during the time of the DA administration, when the MEC, Mr. Sun, was the MMC, sorry, for public safety. His office, in fact, was right next to the office where I conducted this workshop with those two senior officers that day. The workshop was conducted under very friendly circumstances, during which I think they sought advice as much as I sought to advise. At that same stage also, an organization of which I am the I forget the right term for it now, the Sameroeper. I organized this group of former fire chiefs and senior commanders. AFFCC is the name of the organization. We wrote Councillor Sun at the stage and offered him our services and said we were quite prepared to, at no cost, sit down with Johannesburg Fire Department and see what can be done to serve the ratepayers. Of course, that was just ignored by the administration at the time. During that time, I also made a series of YouTube clips, 2018, and during which time I gathered a whole lot of information firsthand. And out of all of that,
My apologies. My apologies. I was just.
out of all of that, I have garnered the information that I used to make these statements with.
Thank you, Mr. Engelbrecht. The synopsis that you are referring to, it's in page 43 to 66. Am I correct?
41.
Oh, 41, sorry. 41 to 66. Yes. Thank you. And maybe we'll come back to this.
Sure.
Let me just follow my approach, and then we'll deal with that aspect. As we sit here, and as you have elaborated what happened in 2017. So everything that you have said, as I understand, it's based on your appreciation of the situation in 2017. 2017, not anything post 2017 to date. You say it has deteriorated, but from 2018, say, up to 2023, you don't have any intimate knowledge of the situation at the fire department. And if you hold a different view, would you be so kind just to point out that why are you holding a different view?
It is precisely because I hold my views that I founded a private fire brigade service in 2017. And so I think it goes beyond my own opinion. It probably goes to public opinion as well. And so perception is probably 90% of our truth, of everybody's truth. And maybe it's not even in my mouth that the testimony should be sought, but in the public mouth. It's probably more true. If I say now that there's been a deterioration since 2017, the answer to your question is no. I don't have any intimate knowledge since that day that I held that workshop with those two senior officers.
Thank you, sir. In page 9, I think we have dealt with issues relating to hydrant. I am not going to touch on that because I think we had a debate yesterday about that.
I think it goes further than what we debated yesterday. It needs to be aired. It needs to be brought in the open. That the engineering department has taken it on themselves to maintain the fire hydrants. It used to be that the fire department themselves would maintain fire hydrants. Number one, to ensure that they actually have a geographical knowledge of it. And number two, because they are the ones that use it. It's their first tool in their toolbox, primary tool. And so another department has taken the responsibility for it. And I will say without doubt that I can qualify it right now. I can take anybody around in this town. The fire hydrants are not maintained to a standard. And so the firefighters are the ones that suffer from this. So I would like to leave that on the table, please.
Okay. Okay. As we sit here and you having provided all the information, documentation, your synopsis, you have not presented any evidence to support the statement that you have just made right now. You are saying you can take anyone to go and do inspection in loco, or maybe to go and do their own assessment as to what you are saying. But as we sit here, there is absolutely nothing before this commission that support your latter statement, correct?
My last reference to that would be my script, RSA 2017, in which this point was highlighted also with photographs, and which was, it's public knowledge. If I have to concentrate only on your question, the answer is no. But that doesn't mean that the hydrants are good. That just means that your statement was well defined. For your question.
So you do concede that as we sit here and you are making reference to pictures of the document that you have developed, it is not before this inquiry.
No.
Correct. We will then move to your evidence relating to the fire investigation. It's paragraph 10. If I may be just permitted a moment. In the transcript, the transcript that you find from page 91 to 199. That is the transcript of your evidence on the 17th of January. And you deal with the issue relating to fire investigation in page 448, and more specifically at paragraph 20. Yes.
At line 20.
Sorry, at line 20, when I say paragraph, I meant to line 20, Chair. At line 20, that's where, I mean, from down to line, from line 5 or so, 10, and then you get to line 20. Right. Sorry, I think I'm referring you to the wrong page. I must apologize for that. Let's just move. I think it's, when you were discussing this, or when you were giving testimony about this issue of investigation, fire investigation, one of your utterance was that, in fact, I should refer you to page 449. I apologize for making wrong reference. That's where you start about fire investigation, and you say fire investigation, it's quite loose. It's quite loose term because it is interpreted in the eye, in the ear, or here of that or something. Then that's where you make your comment. But more specifically, you are saying you do not want to oversimplify that fire investigation. It's not complicated. That is your take.
It's the most complicated subject, yes.
Yeah, it is the most complicated subject. Let me, if you can just flip the page and go to 450, under line 10, where you start to say, the instruction to the investigators. Do you see that part? Then there's a question mark.
Yeah, it follows onto a sentence. That's actually the last part of a sentence, a full sentence.
Yes. Yeah, but I'm just saying, then we'll look at...
I'm with you, yeah.
Yeah, so we'll then go to the sentence that follow under line 10. Then you then say, then we see that this investigation seems to take forever, like months, years, right? As if we were as if we were constructing a new building almost. It is not. I do not want to oversimplify, but it is not complicated. That's what I read here, but it is not complicated. Am I reading it?
Both statements are true, yes. Can
Right.
I qualify that?
No, you'll come to the qualification. I just want you to agree with me that in your view, from what I read here, you say you don't want to oversimplify it, but it is not complicated. That's what you're saying. And then you'll come to the qualification. And then you then go on to starting from after my colleague, Advocate Semenya say, yeah, do you see that part in page 450? Just after,
Yes.
yeah. And then you then go to that, the next line you say, if there are questions to be asked, here is a crowd of people standing. 500 of them were in the building half an hour ago. They can tell you something, but you do not ask them because you are not there, right? Then here, as I understand, you are saying there were people that can be interviewed
Yeah.
immediately after this incident. You are saying 500 of those people half an hour ago were in the building that was burning, correct?
Yes.
Okay, maybe let me, or should I finish that aspect?
Yes,
Yeah.
finish that aspect, then there will be interpretation.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Then, as I understand what you are saying here, Mr. Engelbrecht, you are saying 500 of the people that were standing outside, who were half an hour ago, who are still traumatized, who do not know what is happening with their beloved ones, who some of them have lost their partners, their relative. The investigation should just immediately commence there and then. Is that what were you intimating here?
Are we going to address the qualification first, or?
No, no.
Because if you ask me this question first, then it seems like you want me to respond to something that has some that requires some psychoanalysis, and I can't do that. I don't address the issue of psychology, so I can't address your question. I'm not qualified for that. But if I could qualify my statements first, then I think it will shed more light on, then we can arrive at this point better, I think.
So, but what I'm saying, well, you'll qualify.
You see, if I don't qualify it, then this doesn't make sense. And then you can rip the point apart, but then we haven't addressed the issue yet. The issue is in the complicated fashion that we should look at the appointment of the investigator, and then we can arrive at this point far better.
Let me indulge you to explain, even though at this point in time I wanted you to deal with this aspect, because as I understand, you are saying without any qualification in the lines that I've read, that people who were in the fire half an hour ago are part of the crowd. Investigators, traumatized as they are, the fire investigators interview these people.
I have asked questions from bystanders from Alexandra to Cape Agulhas during my career. I've asked thousands of people, thousands of questions. There is nothing that says that the person that's asking the questions must bully the hearer. It's simply a matter of getting information that is relevant right now, that will matter later. When that person that you could have asked the question of had disappeared from the face of the earth, you'll never see them again. So that's what it's about. It's about the immediacy of it and not about the psychological aspect of it.
So you, as you are saying that because of that, they should have.
Now, I never use the word should.
Okay.
They could have. And
Okay.
let's just take one step back and look at any other criminal investigation, because this is now a crime scene, right? And so look at any other criminal investigation. So there was a shooting incident, for instance, and so you want to get the people that are immediate to the incident to give you a little bit of an information so that you can move forward. So we've got a murder which was witnessed, and so we don't let the witnesses go purely because we think that they may not be able to stand. It's not even scrutiny. It's just getting a few questions asked to get more information.
And again, I'm not going to follow. I hear what you're saying, but then focusing on this aspect that you are saying 500, here are 500 people on that in that crowd that could be interviewed. And as I said, I don't want to belabor this point, but I need to go back to it. You were
Sure.
not there. How do you know that there were 500 people in the crowd that was outside? How do you know that 500 of that crowd was half an hour ago in the building?
Oh, I see your problem is the 500. You're right, sir. It could have been 353 or 227. However, there was a mini crowd there that was available for gaining information from.
But you were not there. Is
Of
this...
course, I wasn't there. We
Le-
established
ye-
that,
ye-
yes.
Yeah, but allow me to finish. And this aspect about 500 people who were with the crowd, can we find it anywhere in your incident report? Is
No.
It is not in your incident report. It's something that you are expressing remotely to say, well, here are the people, and then you then base your criticism to the fire investigators that they could have done it. And that is why you are saying this thing is taking far too long.
Even if there were 10, sir, it would be still the truth. What we do know for a fact is there were 76 people that had departed. There were 43 that were rescued. That gives us over 100 already. There were 4 that jumped. So we know that that many people definitely were in the building. So even if there were 10 additional people in that building, this statement would still stand true. Of course, you're discrediting me for the 500, and I'll take it on the chin. I wasn't there. But logic also says there must have been more than the people that just came out of the building scorched and rescued.
Okay. You can go ahead. I nearly forgot to press it. I do apologize for taking too long. I wanted to close it quicker.
Okay. I've written all around here. I'm taking my notes, all right. I'm sorry, I think I'm lost now with my notes. Okay, indaba ke iqhubekile futhi manje ummeli xolo nje kancane ngibona ukuthi bese ngiqhubeka phi. Alright, ngizoyiqala khona la. Excuse me, Chair, I've written all around, so now I don't know where I should start now. But let me start here. Indaba ke iqhubekile excuse me Chair. Indaba iqhubekile lapha ya khasini 8 lapho ummeli eqale khona wakhuluma ngendaba yestatimende esenziwa ngumnumzana uEngelbrecht lapho akhuluma khona ngomnyango wezicishamlilo zaseJohannesburg, iJohannesburg Fire Department. Estatimendeni sakhe umnumzana uEngelbrecht uthe uma ebheka inqalasizinda yokusebenza kwemnyango wezokucisha umlilo yaseGoli uye wawohloka kuleminyaka eyishumi eyedlule. Ngakho kwathi ukuxoxwa ke ngalokho ukuthi angakwazi ukufakazela ukuthi ngempela kube khona ukuwohloka kwezinqalasizinda kwezinto ezisetshenziswayo ekucisheni umlilo. Uthe yebo, isibonelo esilula nje eindaweni ezingu-35 zokucisha umlilo zaseGoli ezingu-27 azinazo injini zokucisha umlilo, yilokho akushilo. Ngakho ke manje ube sebuza ke manje ukuthi ummeli lokho kushoyo kuyezwakala, kodwa ukuthathaphi unabo ubufakazi balento ishoyo bokuthi ngempela kuyawohloka azikho izinjini zokucisha umlilo. Yilapho ke umnumzana uEngelbrecht ethe ukulanda umlando wakhe ngokusebenza ngezinto ezithinta umlilo. Uqale wachaza ukuthi kusukela ngo-2017 yilapho abhala khona incwadi eyayibhalwe ukuthi Fire RSA. Kuleyo ncwadi leyo wayechaza ngoba uthi waba nama workshop ukuqeqesha abantu abaningi abake basebenza njengabazicishamlilo ngaphambili. Lapho yena akaba nesikhundla njengesikhulu esiphezulu sokucisha umlilo eMidrand, eSandton njalo njalo. Ngakho unolwazi olubanzi olunzulu nesipiliyoni uma kuziwa ezintweni zokucisha umlilo. Uthi phakathi nalokho ukuqeqesha ake akwenza wake wahlanganisa waze wayokwethula ngisho ku-MMC wangaleso sikhathi wezokuphepha kumphakathi umnumzana uSan ukuthi sinethimba la esesihlanganisile sonke sinesipiliyoni ekucisheni umlilo sicela ukunisiza okokunyaka ka2017 kwathi ngonyaka ka2018 wazi olunye lolwazi lwakhe walifaka ku-YouTube ukuze abanye abantu balibone wabelana ngalolo lwazi. Manje uthi ke lokhu akubhale kulesi statimende okuningi kwakho ukususela kulezo zihlongozo ayezenze ngo2017 kulawo ma workshop ayeqeqesha kubo abantu abake basebenza emlilweni futhi esebenzelana eduze nohulumeni ngaphambi kokuba aphume abe isicishamlilo manje asebenza kuso esizimele. Ummeli kodwa ubuzile ukuthi ngoba phela kuyezwakala ukuthi ukhuluma ngonyaka ka2017 ungasho yini ukuthi namanje siwohlokile ukusuka ku2018 ukuza ku2024 ngoba phela manje awusekho ngaphansi kwemnyango kahulumeni wezicishamlilo noma umkhandlu wedolobha. Lapho ke uvumile ukuthi cha angeke aze akwazi ukusho ukuthi kuyawohloka ngoba akasenalo ulwazi, kodwa uthe kufanele ilalelwe imbono yomphakathi ngoba abantu bayakhuluma. Ngakho uthe ipublic opinion yiyo manje esikhulumayo ngokuthi kukhona okungahambi kahle, kodwa impendulo yakhe embuzweni ukuthi kukhona angakusho ibe ukuthi cha ngempela kukho angakusho ukusuka ku2018 ukuza ku2024. Ummeli ke ubesedlulela kulokho okubizwa ngokuthi ama fire hydrants ayasetshenziswe makunomlilo. Izolo ummeli uyasho ukuthi izolo bake balithinta lolu daba, kodwa nizokhumbula ukuthi luke lwathi ukuqubula impikiswano kwathi kuphakama nemoya kancane ngaleso sikhathi bexoxa ngalo. Ngakho ummeli uthe akafuni ukungena kulo kangako namhlanje, kodwa ke ulinqakile umnumzane uEngelbrecht lolu daba wathi cha kukhona okunye bengafuni ukuchaza kuyo leyo ndaba yala ma fire hydrants. Ngakho wayesengena ke kuyo okokuqala ukuthi abantu abasebenza ngawo kufanele baqeqeshwe bayazi nendawo abasebenza kuyo ukuthi akuphi, bawazi namathuluzi abo futhi abhekwe ukuthi asebenza kahle yini. Khumbula phela ukuthi ubeshilo ukuthi amaningi awo njengamanje awasebenzi kahle lama fire hydrants. Ummeli ke ubesethi kuye ngikubeka etafuleni ukuthi konke okushilo kusukela izolo namhlanje kusalokhu kuumbono wakho, akukho nokukodwa phansi okubhaliwe okuwubufakazi obubonise le commission ukuthi nabu ubufakazi balokhu engikushoyo. ubeke sephindela lapha yakulokho akubhala akubize ngokuthi RSA 27 ukuthi ukususa lapho kanti okunye umbono womphakathi ubuyele futhi kulelo lokuthi umphakathi uyakhuluma kodwa ke empendulweni yombuzo cha akukho ngempela angakufakazela ukuthi kwawona ama fire hydrants awekho esimweni esihle. Udaba lokugcina ke abesebekulo njengamanje belisekhasini 10 lapho bebezama ukubheka umuqa okhuluma nga fire investigation lolu uphenyo uma kwenziwe umlilo. Kubeke secashunwa emushweni akhuluma ngawo ukuthi uma kukhulunywa ngophenyo uma kwenziwe umlilo kusho ukuthini. Enkulumeni yakhe ngaphambi kokuba kufundwe phansi umnumzana uEngelbrecht uthe indaba yokuphenyo lomlilo indaba engachazwa ngezindlela ezihlukahlukene ngendlela umuntu ezwa ngayo kodwa uyibona kungenye yezihloko ezinzima kakhulu kodwa kuyamangaza ukuthi manje uma ebheka kuziwa phansi kulokho kufundwa phansi uma ngicaphuna amazwi akhe wathi it is not complicated ngamanye amazwi uthi akuyona into enzima ukusheshe uyixazulule indaba yomlilo. Wabe sechaza ukuthi kodwa manje uphenyo luthatha izinyanga luthatha iminyaka kube sengathi iqala ukwakhiwa indlu iqalwa phansi lungapheli. Ummeli ubesebuza ukuthi awukuthi wenaba usho ukuthini uma usho njalo ngalokho kuthatha isikhathi eside uthi phansi wacaphuna ukuthi umphenyi ophenya lokhu ubengayichaza kalula lento ubengabuthola kalula ubufakazi ngoba kulesakhiwo kunabantu abangu 500 emzuzwini engu30 edlule bebephakathi kuleli bhilidi manje sebengaphandle kushile labo abantu kungatholwa kubo ukuthi kwenzekeni. Lo umbono umnumzana Engelbrecht athi kufanele kubuzwe labo bantu ukuze kutholakale ngokusheshsha ubufakazi uma kwenzeka inhlekelele. Manje ummeli ubesethi ke kodwa usho ukuthini umusho njalo. Khumbula laba bantu baphuma emlilweni basanda kufelwa abantu ababathandayo abanye babo balimele bebegxuma estairs begxumela phansi abanye basathukile. Usho ukuthi wena makubuzwe labo bantu ngaleso sikhathi bekuleso sikhathi lapho ke akazange alimise ngesihloko umnumzana uEngelbrecht uke wathi ungundaza engalibeki ngokuqondile kodwa ubesethi angifuni ukungena kakhulu kuleyo ngoba leyo izinto zabantu bengqondo abasebenza ngokweluleka abantu ezingqondweni angeni kuyo kodwa ngisafuna ungivumele ke ngichaze ukuthi kungani kutholakala ukuthi kukhona lapha engithi it's a most complicated nalapho ukuthi it's not complicated ngidinga nje ithutshana lokuthi ngikuchaze lokho kodwa ummeli uthe ngaphambi kokuba ukuchaze kodwa uyavuma yini wena ukuthi lokho okushilo okokuthi akuphenywe abantu abasanda kuphuma emlilweni kufanele kwenziwe ngaleso sikhathi ubesethi ummeli ubesethi cha ungalisebenzisa igama elithi kufanele okungu-should kodwa sebenzisa u-could ukuthi bebengakwenza kodwa hayi ukuthi kufanele ngokolwazi lwakhe kumnumzana Engelbrecht ukuthi kwenzekile abantu kudutshulwe umuntu labo bantu akade bekhona baphenywe kodwa babuzwe kahle bakwazi ukunikeza ubufakazi. Umbuzo ke okugcina olethe ngasekupheleni kwedaba lwethu umnumzane ummeli ubuzile ke ukuthi wena njengoba ubala le nombolo ka500 wawungekho ngesikhathi kwenzeka lokhu wazi ngani lesi statement sakho sokuthi abantu abangu 500 bebephakathi abanye bebengaphandle. Ayimpendulo ke akanayo lapho umnumzana Engelbrecht ngoba ngempela wayengekho ngesikhathi sesigameko ubese mbuza ke ukuthi ukufakile yini kulombiko wenu wezingozi incident report yezigameko wamfaka yini futhi lo 500 nalapho futhi kutholakala ukuthi wayengazange ambhale phansi kumane nje kuyinto ayishoyo ngokolwazi lwakhe nangendlela acabanga ukuthi kufanele ethulelwe ngayo le commission. Thank you, Chair.
And move.
With your cross-examination, I suppose you are at the tail end now.
Definitely, Chair.
Yes. We will not adjourn for tea until you complete your cross-examination.
By tea break, we should, as we approach.
We are already at tea break time.
Okay, Chair. I thought like yesterday it was going to go at half past, but let me.
Yes, we'll go at past.
Yes. I'm going to just touch two subjects and then that should be the end of my cross-examination, Chair. Mr. Engelbrecht, we will talk about this aspect of building hijack. In your view, you are saying there is no such thing as building hijack. Building hijacked, well, it's a word that has been coined purely because people have deserted their building. And the only thing that can be hijacked is the plane, not the building. I take you remember that where you say the plane can be hijacked, but not the building. Correct.
Yes, I have to give the answer in reverse. I have to say that the more fires we attend, the more we hear this expression used, this is a hijacked building, the owner or the agent of the owner would say, as if that disqualifies it in a sense from its responsibility to that building. And so, just after that building, other fires were attended, where it is said immediately, oh, this building is my building, but I now notice it's hijacked. And so, born out of that, I developed the thinking that the building was deserted by somebody, and that's the owner, nobody else. And then somebody is now gaining an income out of this building. And so between the desertion and this other party, or these other parties now gaining income, hopefully it seems like the responsibility will disappear. But there's a legal responsibility on the owner in terms of the national building regulations. It's actually quite clear. And so you cannot delegate that responsibility. You can't take arm's length from it. And so if anybody had taken occupation of the building without your knowledge or without your permission or without whatever it would be required, then that aspect needs to be investigated. And so it seems to me, and that is my bottom line on this, that it is now too easily said, my building was hijacked. Hence, just maybe I'm not responsible for these deaths. It doesn't matter which building it is. And I'm not even referring specifically to this fire. That's a general statement.
Okay. Well, your last question has actually covered the aspect that I was going to deal with. You say you're not specifically referring to Usindiso, so then I can just take it any further. Madam Chair, if I may just confirm with my team just to check if there's anything that... Madam Chair, that concludes our cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Pure.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Engelbrecht, you may step down as a witness.
Thank you, ma'am.
We'll take a tea adjournment and reconvene at 22:12. Advocate Siminya, I excuse Mr. Engelbrecht as a witness before affording you an opportunity to re-examine your witness.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Mr. Engelbrecht, just a few questions. I think you concede in your evidence that given the scale of the problem, the work done by the EMS was sterling. Correct?
That was my bottom line, yes.
Yes. And wherever you are pointing to this and the other, it is purely to inform how we do things differently in the future, right?
Yes, I understood from the beginning that one of the aims is to see how we can prevent this kind of fabrication or conflagration to happen again. And so that we are not caught off guard with the same type of conditions.
Now, the reason I asked for you to come back really is to say to us what lessons do you think we can take from this?
I think it's early days. We all have to probably first crystallize the information that we have heard over the past few weeks. But I think we ought to leave a message with building owners, be it the council themselves or corporates or individual homeowners even that lease their properties, is that we ought to be vigilant so that when a building is derelict, we ought to make sure that they're not taken over by people that you don't want in the building in the first instance. Because fire prevention and fire protection, as complicated as it is, cannot be further complicated by people removing firefighting systems from the building and then expecting that the safety is not compromised. And so we ought to be vigilant, I think, to make sure that we always know what's going on in our buildings. And if I say our, I actually exclude myself because I'm not a building owner in Johannesburg, but I'm speaking to the building owners there. That should be the very first step to take. Anything after that would mean nothing if we dissected it and laid it on the table here. That really is the start, the beginning of all things. Is take responsibility for your building, make sure that you know what's going on in that building, make sure that it is compliant as far as fire protection and fire safety is concerned.
Yes, thank you. Those are the questions I have. Maybe we can interpret the answers.
Mr. Mukwena?
Oh, sorry, Chair. This is Mr. Mujai.
Mujai.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mujai. My apologies.
Jano mweledi onabo za gore fa Re Engelbrecht aka lekanyetsa tiro e dirilweng ke ba tsa EMS mo toropong a ka re ba dirile tiro e siameng kgotsa e ntle. Re Engelbrecht le tlhalosa gore ke tiro e khotsofatsang e ba e dirileng. Jano mweledi o la botsa gape gore fa go no go tluwa ka ditekanyetso tse di tshwanang le sama o kare di ka thusa jang o no buelela kae gore di ka thusa jang mo isagweng. Re Engelbrecht ona tlhalosa gore ditekanyetso tse le gore di beilwe fa di ka tsengwa tirisong di ka thusa thata mo isagweng ka gore di thibele masetlapelo a ile gore re ra itemogela one ka go eno. Mme gape ditekanyetso tseno gape fa di tsengwa tirisong di ka thusa thata gore re seke ra fitlhelwa re se ipakanyetsa masetlapelo a ntseng jalo gona le mo re nne pudimatseba re itse gore fa dikotsi le masetlapelo a ntseng jana a nna teng re bo re itse gore re siametse go ka mekana le one. Mmoeledi o ile a botsa gore jaanong ke eng se re ka ithutang sone go tswa mo masetlapelong ano a go šaga kago eno. Re Engelbrecht di a tlhalosa gore gone jaanong go santse e santse e le nako tsa masimologong. Le fa go ntse jalo go tlhokega thata gore re sekaseke re tlhotlhomise le go buisana ka tshedimosetso e setse re e bone mo dibekeng tse di fetileng, mme re sekaseke jaana go bona gore ke dintlha dife tsa botlhokwa tse re ka ithutang tsone. Le fa go ntse jalo o ile a gatelela gore selo sa botlhokwa-tlhokwa ke gore kgato ya ntlha beng ba dikago re ra dikago tseno tse di-flete, di-apartmente, re ra matlo le one beng ba dikago ba tshwanetse gore bone ba setse ba ipaakanyeditse masetlapelo pele a ka direga. Go botlhokwa thata gore ba nne ba ntshitse matlho dinameng go tlhomamisa gore dilo tsotlhe tse e le gore di mo kagong di babalesegile e le go seke ga nna le masetlapelo a raboleng. Mme gape o ne a tlhalosa gore go botlhokwa thata gore ba tlhomamise gore dikago tsa bone ga di tsewe ka dikgoka kgotsa ga di dirisiwe ke batho ba e le gore ga ba itse kgotsa batho ba e le gore ba ka senya dikago tsa bone. O ne a tswelela gape a tlhalosa gore go thibela molelo ga go a tshwanela gore go rarane kgotsa go senyegele kwa pele ka gore batho ba ba nnang mo kagong ba ntshe dithulusi tse di tlhokegang go tima molelo kgotsa go thibela molelo gore o nne teng. Ke ka foo a na bontsha botlhokwa jwa gore mongwe wa kago o tshwanetse go itse kago ya gagwe. Mme o na re fa e le gore ga go dirwe jalo go ra gore se re se dirang gone jaanong go sekaseka tshedimosetso eno le bosupi jo re boneng go tla bo go sena mosola ka gone kgato ya ntlha e tshwanetse go tsamaisana le mongwe a kago gore a itse ebile a ntshitse matlho dinameng le go tlhomamisa gore o thibela masetlapelo a ntseng jaana ka go tlhomamisa go kaga gage e babalesegile.
Sari had intimated they have questions which they call clarification questions.
Yes, Mr. Sithole. Mr. Sithole, yes, you may approach.
Thank you,
Mr. Sithole, this is cross-examination. You are not allowed to put questions of clarification on cross-examination. So I will not allow any questions of clarifications.
No problem, Chair.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
You're in
you.
hands.
After the witness is excused, we propose to call Mr. Moodley.
Yes. You may step down, Mr. Engelbrecht.
Thank you,
Thank
ma'am.
you very much for coming to give evidence before this commission.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Moodley, good morning still.
Morning, sir.
Please give us your full names.
It's Prenelin Mudley.
Do you have an objection in taking an oath?
No.
Do you swear the evidence you will give will be the truth, nothing but the truth? And if you do, please say, "So help me God," with your right hand up.
So help me God.
The witness is sworn in.
Thank you, Advocate Sminya. Mr. Miando?
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, Madam Abena. Madam Chair, just to confirm by way of orientation, I know that you have been working from the cross-examination bundle, but there is another bundle given to you, which is COJ statements bundle.
Yes.
The index runs from page 1 to page 277.
Yes.
For the balance of the witnesses, we shall be working from this bundle, Madam Chair. Mr. Moodley, good morning to you.
Morning, sir.
As I've said to the chair, I'd just like to confirm that you likewise have a file before you that has the COJ witness statements.
Is it file 2?
It should be file 2.
Yes, I do.
Can I please ask that you turn to page 1 of that document?
Yep.
If you turn over to page 2 and just have a look,
On page 2.
and then finally page 3.
Yes.
Now that you've had an opportunity, thank you, Mr. Moodley, to have a look at the document, do you confirm that this is your statement?
I do confirm.
And the signature that is on page 3 is your signature?
Yes, it is.
Just by way of background, can you please explain to the chair what it is that you do?
Okay, so I'm a practicing structural engineer. How I got to this position was by studying a civil engineering degree and practicing in the field, specializing in structures. So civil engineering is a broad degree. You can go from geotechnical engineering, which is foundations, to roads, to infrastructure. I'm a specialist in structures. That encompasses buildings, reservoirs, bridges, so anything that takes a loading that's designed by a structural engineer.
Thank you, Mr. Moodley. Some of the projects that you've worked on, just briefly.
I've worked on a multitude of buildings, bridges, reservoirs, retaining structures. I'm practicing for over a decade. I was initially a contractor on site, meaning I built the structures. Now I'm a design specialist. So currently I design them. What designing means is we use our theoretical knowledge to put a drawing to give it to a contractor to build. So the design is the first part of construction. Without a design, you cannot build anything.
Is that to be understood as consultancy services?
Yes, so I'm a consultant structural engineer.
Thank you, Mr. Moodley. The building or property that forms the subject matter of the Part A of this Commission's proceedings is at 80 Albert Street in Marshalltown, Johannesburg. Can you just briefly explain to the chairperson how you became aware of 80 Albert Street and what it is that you did in respect of the property?
Okay, so by the time I heard of the building, it was already on the news and on most media platforms. I was sitting in a management meeting at my employment on that day, and it was the JDA that contacted our chairman of the board. We do consulting work for JDA, and it was at this meeting, it was around 4 p.m. or so, that I was told that we need to go out to the building to inspect it, as the emergency services needed to gain access. So I naturally stopped what I was doing at the meeting, got my PPE, that's my protection equipment, safety boots, reflective vest, that sort of thing for my personal safety, and I headed out to site, or to the building itself, and that's where I met with the local police department and fire department.
Thank you, Mr. Moodley. It says at paragraph 6 of your statement that you were there to conduct a visual assessment of the building. Is that correct?
That is correct. So by visual assessment, what that means is using my expertise without any form of investigative testing. So that's purely based on what I observe visually, meaning eyesight. So it's what I'm looking at to make a judgment call on the spot, using what I'm, seeing what's on site to give a judgment call.
Thank you very much. Can I ask that you please turn to page 10? It is a document labeled Annexure PM2.
Is this from my structural report, page 10?
No, page 10 is actually the report.
Yes, yes. Is it? Okay, yes, the cover page of my report, page 10.
Thank you very much. Do you confirm that this is the report that you authored?
Yes, that's correct.
For the benefit of the Commission, can I please ask, just in relation to paragraph 3, and in a manner that is not too technical, so that people who do not work with steel structures, who do not know what reinforcement is offered by steel itself to columns, just briefly explain the assessment methodology that one adopts when doing the kind of inspection that you did.
Okay, so a visual assessment comprises of a multitude of technical aspects. The first aspect is more practical, and that's where there's physical damage to a building. In the case of a concrete building, there is what's known as concrete cover. So that's the portion of concrete outside of the steel. So in any concrete building, you have steel reinforcement that's protected and encased in concrete. So concrete cover damage is your first telltale sign that there's damage to the building. Without getting too technical, the steel is responsible for the majority of the strength of the building, meaning that's what's holding the building up.
Thank you, Mr. Mutli. Between pages 15 and 24, there are various pictures on your report. Can we request that you kindly just take us through the observations that are made and the comments or pop-ups that are in each of the pictures between pages 15 and 24?
Okay.
To the extent that you have to skip some, it's not of any moment.
Okay. So initially, like I said, the first thing that you look at is the obvious concrete damages. Secondly, you look out for deformations in the building. So if you peruse through the photos, you will see many evidence of concrete damage to the extent that the concrete cover on structural beams have been completely delaminated. That means it's completely spalled off, and the steel reinforcement can now not be bonded to the concrete. In layman's terms, it significantly reduces the strength of the building. The damages vary from, like I previously mentioned, concrete spalls. That means the concrete has come off due to the high heat. The actual mechanism is that the steel expanded due to the heat and it pushed out or broke off the concrete. There's many instances on structural columns showing the same sort of damage that's evident from exposure to high heat. Many of the beams, so if I can take a step back, a floor is suspended between beams, and the beams are connected between columns, and the columns go down to the ground, which is the foundation. So your first sign of deterioration would be on the slabs themselves, that's the floor slabs, then the beams, then the columns. If your foundations are damaged, then the entire building is at risk of collapse. If your beams are damaged, then your slab has risk of collapse. So there's different weightings in terms of the severity of damages. All of the damages were at the floor level and at the beams and at the columns. I was unable to investigate or inspect the foundations.
All right. Can you then, as is set out in page 25, just briefly deal with the critical or substantive observations that you made?
I'm going to read them out if that's fine.
That is perfect.
Okay. So like it was mentioned earlier, I was there to conduct a visual assessment. And at the time of my arrival, which is something at 5:30 p.m. to 6 p.m., it was already established that the building was exposed to fire for a period of around 12 hours. In general, the areas in the immediate vicinity of the nucleus of the fire area was worse affected with severe structural defects, as per my report. Adjacent areas have also been affected, as can seen from the photographic evidence presented in this report. The top of floors could not be assessed at this stage due to the accumulation of fire debris and water ponding on the slab. Of significance is the fire damage to one internal beam of the first floor level, where the beam concrete has spalled to an extent that a reinforcement is completely exposed.
Thank you, Mr. Mutli. Madam Chair, with your permission, before we get to the recommendation, might we ask for an interpretation?
Yes. Mr. Maji? Mujai?
Thank you, Chair. Gona jaanong moeledi o ne a botsolotsa re Mutli yo e le gore o direla jaaka mo engineer wa dikago mme o ne a mo isa mo statement sa gagwe sa le gona se kwadile mo fileng ya COJ witness statement. Re Mutli o ile a tlhomamisa gore statement se se mo tsebe 1 ga go 3 mo go le mosaeno ke tsa gagwe. Jaanong moeledi o ile a botsa gore re Mutli ene o dira eng tira gagwe ke eng. O na tlhalosa gore ke practicing structural engineer mme o na tlhalosa gore o na le degree mo civil engineering mme boitsanepe jwa gagwe thata mo dikagong. O na tlhalosa gape gore o na le maitemogelo a go agiwa ga dikago tse le gore di tsa morwalo. Re bua ka dikago tse di jaaka mabolokelo a metsi, matamo, jalo le jalo. Dikago tse le gore di tshwanetse gore di rwediswe morwalo o rileng. Jaanong o na le maitemogelo a dingwaga di feta di le 10. O na simolotse pele ka go nna ka go amega ka tlhamalalo mo dikagong mme go tswa foo gone jaanong o setse a tlhama ebile a thala dipolane tsa go dira kago. Ka mafoko a mangwe tiro ya gagwe ke yone ya motheo wa kago ka gonne fa ile gore ga go thalwa kgotsa ga go tlhamiwa polane ya kago go ka se gana le motho yo le go wa aga. Jaanong ke tiro e le go a dira so re ka re tiro a e dirang ka kgakololo ke mogakolodi wa tsa dikago. Moeledi o ile a tla mo part 1 ya bosupi jo le gore bo mo fileng. O na mmotsa ka 80 Albert Street gore 80 Albert Street o ile a itse jang. Re Mutli o ile a tlhalosa gore o ile a utlwela ka setrata seno le kago eno ka nako ya fa e ne tlhagelela mo dikganyeng ka nako e o na le mo kopanong fa go no go runya molelo mme o ile a utlwa ka metswedi ya tshedimosetso mo televisioneng gore go tshwanetse ga bo gona le molelo ko mme o tlhalosa gore moragonyana fela ke fa ba JDA ba ile gore ba dirisana thata le company ya bone ba ile ba ba founela mme ba kopa thuso gore batle ba ba thuse. O tlhalositse gore ne le ka bo 4 PM fa ba ne ba le mo kopanong eno. Jaanong o ile a tlhalosa gore jaaka ba dirisana le JDA ne kopa thuso ya gore ba kgone gore ba tsene ka mokagong mme gore ba kgone go tsena ba tshwanetse gore ba bone tetla go tswa go bagakoleding ba kago ba ba jaaka Re Mutli. Jaanong Re Mutli a re ka yone nako e wila emisa sana se dirang e le go nna mo kopanong a tsa diporogana tsa gagwe a tsa le PPE ya gagwe ke gora personal protection equipment gore a kgone go go kagong eno. Fa a fitlha kwa kagong eno wila kopana le badiredi ba EMS mo go le mapodisi. Moeledi o ile mmotsa gore jaanong fa o goroga ko kagong eno ke se o ile wa se lemoga re ka re visual assessment ya gago e ne le feng. O tlhalosa gore e re ka ke ne ke dira visual assessment ke ra gore ke dirisa matlho a me go lekanyetsa le go sekaseka boemo jwa tiragalo e diragetseng. Jaanong o tlhalosa gore fa a dira jalo o dirisa boitsanape jwa gagwe gore a tla a tlhole gore kago e senyegile kgotsa e tegetse e bogakaleng jo bo kanakang ga a tlhoke gore a dirise dithulusi ga a tlhoke gore a dirise dilo tse dingwe go na le mo o dirisa matlho a gagwe le maitemogelo a gagwe mo tirong eno go tlhomamisa le go tla atlhola gore kago e senyegile go le kanakang. Jaanong fa go ya ko tsebe number 10 mo pegong o na botsa ka gore pego e kwadilweng fano a wa itse wa itlhomamisa re motli o ile a re e jaanong moeledi o na mmotsa gore jaanong mokgwa ga go wa go dira visual assessment ke o feng go ya ka serapa number 3 mo tsebe 10 o na tlhalosa gore jaanong ke leba dilo tse di tshwanang le concrete gore concrete e senyegile go le kana kang o na tlhalosa re motli gore selo sa ntlha se o bonang kago e senyegileng go ya bokgakaleng jo bokae o bona ka concrete ka gone concrete fa ile gore o etse fa fatshe jaanong e bonatsha ditshipi tse di tshwereng kago jaanong ditshipi tse di tshwereng kago ke tsone tse di tshwereng bokete jwa kago jaanong fa ile gore le tsone di setse di bonala ga di a tshwarwa ke khabara ya concrete go raya gore kago eno e senyegile thata jaanong mo tsebe 15 go 24 ke ditshwantsho tse di tlhalosang go senyega ga kago eno moeledi o ile a botsa gore a ka kgona go agela go se kae ka ditshwantsho tse le gore re motli o ile a di tsenya jaaka bosupi o na tlhalosa gore fa ba goroga selo sa ntlha se ba se dirang ke go sheba gore concrete e senyegile go le kana kang mme o na bona gore tshipi ene sa tlhole e kopane sentle ka gonne jaanong concrete e senyegile go ra gore tshipi ya jong jaanong ga ya tlhole e kopana sentle mme seno se dira gore kago ka boyone e koafale e se ka nna matla jaaka fa ene ya giwa o na tlhalosa gape re motli go ka ditshwantsho tseno gore tshipi ile ya tologa mme ka ntlha ya molelo le mogote wa molelo a ba tlhalosa gore le boalo le jone buile bawa ka gonne fa tlhalosa gore dilo tse ba di dirang fa motho a aga ke gore o leba di-slab tsa boalo floor slabs fa fetsa o leba di-beams a ba fetsa o leba di-column jaanong fa ile gore floor slab kgotsa boalo bo setse bo wele go raya gore di-beam le di-column le tsone di ka se kgone go itsetsepela ke ka foo kago eno e setse e koafetse jaanong re motli o a tlhalosa gore go senyega thata ga kago e ne le mo boalong thata mo tsebe 25 ona tlhalosa gore gore a tla moeledi o na kopa re motli a tlhalosa gore a ka tlhalosa jang tshenyego e le gore ya bonala mo tsebe 25 re motli o tlhalosa gore ka nako eo o na dira yone visual assessment ke gore go atlhola ka go ile ba fela gore e senyegile go le kana kana mme o na tlhalosa gore o fitlhile ko ka mo e ka nnang ka 5:30 kgotsa 6 o'clock re gopole gore o tlile ka pego eno kgotsa JDA ba ile ba mo founela ka 4 o'clock so o fitlhile ko kagong eno ka 5:30 go 6 p.m. jaanong fa goroga o tlhalosa gore molelo o no setse o ile wa runya diura di ka nna 12 tse di fetileng mme kago eo ka boyone nucleus ya kago e ne setse senyegile le fa go ntse jalo le dikago tse di dikologileng kago eno le tsone di ne di amegile ona tlhalosa gape gore ka ntlha ya go senyega ga boalo segolo jang mo boalong ga go ka ga kgonega gore ba tle ba tlhatlhobe dikago tse di kwa godimo ka yone nako eo.
Mr. Mnyandu.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mutli, just for clarification and for the neatness of the record, JDA stands for?
The Johannesburg Development Agency.
Thank you very much. May you please then take us through the recommendations on page 26.
Okay. It is recommended that the following be implemented before any further assessments or investigations can commence on the building. 1, the structure is temporarily condemned as the structural integrity of the structure in its current state has been compromised. 2, emergency personnel may go into the building for investigative purposes. 3, clearing of debris should be done with extreme caution and be done in stages before continuing, starting from the ground floor moving upwards. 4, in addition, the following should be strictly adhered to: adequate lighting to be provided within the building prior to commencement of any work. It's recommended to use fixed position floodlights that would light up the entire internal areas.
as well as the conclusion, please.
The conclusion is that the structural integrity of the structure in its current state has been compromised. Therefore, it is not fit for its original purpose, which is residential occupancy, till a full structural engineering assessment is complete. Investigations by the relevant authorities, such as the fire and police, etc., may be conducted based on strict safety precautions being taken, such as adequate lighting, personal protective equipment, a risk assessment, etc.
Let that be interpreted, please.
Moeledi la botsa gore JDA e emela eng re mo tlhalosa gore ke Johannesburg Development Agency jaanong o na mo isa ko tsebe 6 gore a tle a khele ka dikakantsho tse le gore di le radio gore jaanong ke dikakantsho di fentse le gore go ya ka pego a bone di tshwanetse go di dire re mo tlile di tlhalosa gore sa ntlha ka go eno ga ya tshwanela gore e dirisiwe ka nakwana e tshwanetse gore e tle e kgapelwe ka thoko e re ka go itsetsepela ga kago ka bo yone mo boemong jo le gore e na le e mo go jone gone jaanong e senyegile. Number 2, ona tlhalosa gore badiredi ba tsa maemo a tshoganyetso ba ka tsena mo kagong gore ba tle ba dire dipatlisiso tsa bone. Number 3, go tshwanetse gore matlakala otlhe a ile gore a teng a tshwanetse gore a ntshiwe pele mme a tshwanetse a ntshiwe ka kelotlhoko le gore a tla dirwe ka kgato le kgato pele go ka tswelela ka tiro ya go batlisisa go simolola ka boalo jo kwa tlase le go kwa malong a mangwe a kwa godimo mo godimo ga mo. Number 4, go tshwanetse go latelelwe ka kelotlhoko ditaelo tsa gore go tshwanetse go nne le madipone tse di lekaneng mo teng ga kago pele ga gore go dirwe tiro epe ka mo gare ga kago eno mme go akantshiwa gore fa go ka diriswa dipone tse di bidiwang fixed position floodlights tse le go di kgona go bonesetsa karolo yotlhe e le gore ka mo gare ga kago jaanong fa go tliwa mo konelong ya pego eno morago ga dikakantsho go le ga kwala jana gore go itsetsepela ga kago eno mo seemo sa yone gone jaanong go senyegile ka jalo go ka se tshwanele gore kago eno e dirisetswe maikalelo a yona kwa tshimologong ke ra gore e tle e dudiwe ke baagi go fitlhela kago eno e tle e bonwe e tlhatlhobiwe ke structural engineering ka botlalo jwa yone mme go tswa fo go tshwanetse gore go dirwe dipatlisiso ke bathati ba ba maleba e le ba tsa molelo mapodisi jalo le jalo mme ba tshwanetse gore ba tle ba dire dipatlisiso go ikaegile ka gore le bone ba sireletsegile ba dirisa dipone tse di lekaneng gape ba na le diaparo tse le gore di a ba sireletsa ebile ba dira tshekatsheko ya kotsi jalo le jalo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Mutli, you've said in summary that the concrete members from a visual inspection, being the concrete that supports the load that is on the building, seems to have been compromised. You've also said to the Chairperson that further work would need to be done in order, as we understand it, such that there is a finality on whether this is just a temporary condemnation or it's permanent. Just in brief, simple terms, please explain the kind of work that needs to be done to the extent that there are samples that would need to be taken, what would be done with them.
Okay, so there's a two-phase answer to this. The first would be to check the building against newer codes. The building is of age and it may not be compliant to newer design standards. These are the South African national standards in terms of the loading due to the occupancy class. Secondary would be to check the physical entity of the structure. That requires concrete testing to have a look at the reinforcement that's been exposed to the fire to see if that's been compromised as well. So holistically, the existing building will have to be tested in a laboratory to confirm that it's up to its original standard or to its design standard.
Thank you, Mr. Mutli. Madam Chair, we have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Mnyandu. Advocate Sminya.
Just to hazard a guess, would it be a wild statement to think of this building as beyond sensible economic repair?
To answer that, it will require a lot more thought and calculation, but a knee-jerk sort of back of a matchbook calculation, I would say that it would be more feasible to demolish and reconstruct, yes.
I thank you. That's all, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Mgomezulu, is it Mr. Bricky?
Thank you, Chair. It's me for this segment.
Yes,
Just one question.
yes, of clarification.
Yes, absolutely. Hi, Mr. Moodle. The question would be looking at the scope of your work, and as you've in the report and as you've explained, it was to assess for purposes of the authorities to conduct the forensic work to be conducted. Was there any request for you to do preliminary in relation the assessment to also look at whether or not it could be the building was safe for reoccupation, or it was strictly for authorities to do forensic work?
Okay. Maybe if I can step back in answering this question, I'm also a registered professional engineer with EXA, that's the Engineering Council of South Africa. So, yes, I was tasked to give a report or an inspection for the emergency personnel as to whether or not they can continue their emergency services. But being a registered professional engineer, I have a fiduciary duty to keep public safety as my highest priority. So public safety in mind, I cannot allow occupancy in the building without these tests being done. So regardless of my appointment or what I was tasked to do, the fact that I was in the building and I can see the damages to it, I have to raise these red flags regardless of whether I was asked to do it or not.
Thank you, sir. And would you say someone reading the report, then your report makes that quite clear, because then whilst there is that important purpose of the work that you were engaged to do, but there's also the building was previously occupied, and perhaps in your execution of your fiduciary duties, as you call them, someone receiving that recommendation from you could also reflect on that aspect, which was an issue. There are people outside, and whether or not the building is then assessed for whether or not it's safe for them to reoccupy.
Can I summarize your question just so, are
Yes.
you asking me if a random person reads my report,
Yes.
will they understand my scope of work?
No, not
Okay,
not
could
Chair.
you perhaps rephrase it?
That because you say the purpose is clear, this is what I was engaged to do. But you are saying also you then reflected because of the fiduciary duties that you have. You reflected on that. I'm asking that, was that done in this report, and is it clear in that report that you are also making that call?
It's clear. It is clear in this report.
No further questions.
Thank you, Mr.
Chairperson. Thank you.
Mgomezulu. Mr. Mnyandu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No questions on re-examination.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mutli.
Sorry, Chair. Perhaps, Mr. Mnyandu, can we have this as an exhibit and give it a PM1 as a number?
Chair, with your leave, we'll just slightly like to amend that from the evidence leaders. With the likelihood of initials being an issue in future, For the balance of the statements, we kindly request that they be labeled COJ and then be given a number. Mr. Piren Mudli's statement being, and its annexures being the first one, we kindly request that this be admitted as Exhibit COJ1 with your leave, Chair.
Thank you. It is so admitted.
And so would COJ2 be the report to Mr. Moodley's statement?
Mr. Nyandu,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
the report will be COJ2.
The report will be labeled Exhibit COJ2 as
These are
it's
so
admitted.
admitted.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Moodley, you are excused as a witness. Thank you for coming to give evidence before this commission.
Thank you.
Chair, Madam Commissioner, you'd recall we invited Mr. Munacheng to come back. He has given us a supplementary statement, which I think he will be led on. But so too is Mr. Brickhill, I see, has arrived because Sari had intended to cross-examine.
Yes, which will start first? Cross-examination?
The leading of the
The leading
Of
of
the
the
supplementary
supplementary
Yes.
affidavit. Yes, Advocate Minya.
Ntata Munacheng, good afternoon to you.
Afternoon, Commissioner.
Again, give us your full names.
My name is Rapulani Monacheng.
Do you have an objection in taking the oath?
For no objection.
Do you swear the evidence you are about to give us will be the truth, nothing else but the truth? And if you do, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
The witness is sworn in.
Thank you, Advocate Minya. Mr. Pure.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm back. Chairperson, if I may just establish if the chair has got a file marked file 2, so as to where it
Yes.
that contains. Thank you, Chair. In this bundle, Chair, the statement of, the further statement, further affidavit of Mr. Monacheng, it's contained in, from page 27 and up to, with the annexures to 62, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Monacheng, just for the completeness, could you please tell us who you are and what is your current title?
As I said earlier on, my name is Rapulani Monacheng. I'm the acting chief of City of Johannesburg EMS, Emergency Management Services. I'm in charge of the fire department.
Okay. How long have you been working for the department?
My career in emergency services or City of Johannesburg?
Yes, you can touch both so that we appreciate.
Okay. All right. I started in 1991 as a volunteer under South African Red Cross. And then I went up becoming a formalized firefighter in the year of 1995. From then to date, I went through the ranks of emergency services. I'm a qualified advanced life support paramedic. I hold a BTech in fire technology. I hold a diploma or postgrad in public administration. I have an urban search and rescue in abbreviation of USA. I'm a team leader of South African Urban Search and Rescue Team that was accredited by United Nations in 2017. I'm currently director in the Service of Corporate and Training Academy. I'm currently acting chief since July, since July 2023 to date.
Thank you, Mr. Monageng. And please, if I address you as Mr. Monageng, I'm not disregarding your title just for the sake of this inquiry. Madam Chair, if I may be permitted, can I request that we also have the bundle that was used during the cross-examination of
Mr. Engelbrecht.
Mr. Engelbrecht?
Yes.
There are some points that I want to pull through to refer to. Mr. Monageng, in the bundle that was used for cross-examination of Mr. Engelbrecht, the copy, let me just double check. Yeah, if that is, if you could kindly go to page 14 of that. You will note it should be pictures.
I am on page 14.
Correct. During the evidence of Mr. Engelbrecht, a question was put to him as to, in fact, he was requested to have regard to the photo that appears on top, juxtaposed that photo with the one that appears below it, and the photo that appear in page 15 at the top, and then you go to page 21, photos that appear in page 21, both of them. And then the picture, the photo that appears in page 23. So having indicated that the reason why he was taken to those other pictures, it was just to check or establish if one has regard to photo number 1, does it depict the the Usindiso building? And in his answer, that's the photo, yeah, in his answer he said that picture number 1 depicts Usindiso. Do you have?
No, Chair, there was a concession that it is not Usindiso.
Yes.
There was a question?
Yes.
Then I apologize. Then there's no need for us to go to that. Then we can just, you can just take it away. Now, having dealt with that, we can now deal with the issue of the invoice. During the cross-examination of Mr. Engelbrecht, Mr. Engelbrecht was referred to invoice of 596 or so, which he said, well, it has been abandoned. There was an agreement with the city that it's no longer going to be paid. Do you have any comment?
Okay, thank you, sir. That submission I'll vehemently refuse and not even consider. Number one, the city never had any contract with Mr. Engelbrecht. And I'm saying this, it's enshrined under Municipality Finance Management Act. Regulation 32, it outspells how must you contract with a member of public. The city has never in any stage went out on tender to request for bidders to assist the fire department that I'm in charge of. I've never seen any advert that invited the members. We've never even received any document. Therefore, there is no way the city will go and pay any member of public any money for goods or services rendered without a proper contract in place. Having to say that that is also embedded or is being hit hard by Circular 96 that our National Treasury auditor said not even a city manager will embark in any event of this sort of paying for services or goods which are not within that space. Therefore, supply chain management policy in the city, it's in place. Secondary to that, there's also an act, meaning Municipality Finance Management Act, that also outspells the issue. Therefore, for Mr. Engelbrecht to come here and say he was expecting the city to pay him, I find it strange. And Chair, let me also quantify the issue. This was a second invoice that Mr. Engelbrecht actually sent. The first one, if you can recall, just before Usindiso fire, we had an explosion on Bridge Street. Mr. Engelbrecht also presented a particular invoice to all of us. And I was asked as a fire chief of say, do you know this gentleman? Do you know these services? Can you agree to this kind of thing? I said, I've got no services, I've got no agreement with the gentleman, therefore we're not going to pay anything. Now coming to the issue of saying that the invoices will be deferred, you can't defer something that you don't have a contract with. And I'm glad that that came from him saying that he will defer. But the city's got no say whether he defer, doesn't defer. As a matter of fact, we're not obliged to pay him.
No, he came and said that invoice, there was an agreement that the city will not, doesn't have to pay that, and that agreement was concluded somewhere in December.
So I said earlier on, I'm in charge of the fire department. If there was supposed to be such an agreement, I was supposed to be part of.
Okay.
Therefore, if you can present in paper to say that so-and-so was present, you're not going to even see my name. That agreement cannot be concluded in my absence. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, having said that, he testified, but in a way considered that there was an agreement, mutual assistance agreement between the municipality and other municipality, though he wanted to debate the issue of maybe how it's structured, it cannot be enforced or something. Briefly, what is it that you can say about the mutual assistance agreement? without dwelling too much into, just to say what can you say about that?
What I can say, mutual assistance exists in Gauteng province. All municipalities' fire department have a mutual aid assistance agreement. When I joined the city of Johannesburg in 2009, the chief by the time was Dr. Gule. There was a mutual agreement in place that she has signed. I've seen a document with my open eyes, it's in existence. But 2019, 2020, during COVID, there was also a draft secondary mutual aid assistance. Therefore, that confirms saying it is there. Now, to come to the point of saying it wasn't activated properly, it's unfound. I'm the one who activated it. It's in existence. I picked up the call, I phoned the fire chief of Ekurhuleni, I've asked for resources, he gave me those resources. Therefore, there's no way the fire chief of Ekurhuleni wouldn't just sort of give me this kind of resources if there wasn't any. Let me also stretch the point to demonstrate that this mutual aid exists. I used to work for Airports Company of South Africa as a fire chief. I left them in 2009. In 2017, we had a fire, Bank of Lisbon. We needed more resources on that fire. I picked up the call, I phoned the Assistant General Manager of OR Tambo International Airport. He gave me resources. Now this demonstrates that in Gauteng, we understand each other. And as fire officers, we didn't let the building go down while you're saying I don't have resources. You've got resources at hand, pick up the call, phone resources, they'll be given to you. Not only me says that, Chair. Fire Brigades Act says that there's supposed to be such activity in a point. In the MOU itself, it says should the receiving fire chief refuse to give you those resources, in 7 days you must report to COCTA why he refused to give you those resources. Now COCTA is a provincial structure where all the fire chiefs will report into. It's under government, it's our regulated sort of department as we go on the same issue there. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, coming to the incident of the 31st of August, could you tell us what was your role? In fact, this is the question that I should have started my evidence in chief with. What was your role on the 31st of August 2023 with regard to Usindiso?
My role is different, sir. Depending on time. Early hours when I got a call from a control room, that was when I was notified of the incident. And having to be notified of the incident, it was then asking me of saying, we've got a situation. There and there, I took it upon myself to make sure that I liaise with the command center. Command center, that's where you phone in, that's where vehicles get dispatched to respond to incidences. When control room informed you, say, we've got this building on fire, we've got an incident commander on site who's asking for your assistance. I said, that's fine. Now, in the same space, no incident commander will just ask for my assistance without following a particular procedure. That procedure comes on different levels. Got call 1, call 2, call 3, call 4, or alarm 1, 2, 3, and 4. Usindiso building, it was already at alarm 3 when the call was received on my site. Now I'm trying to unpack the issue of what was my role. At alarm 3, then I asked the command center, how can I best assist? Then they're asking for assistance from my side on those kind of equipments or additional vehicles. That's when I revoked the MOU part of things. I phoned Ekurhuleni Emergency Services. Over and above, I then went out to the incident itself to manage and see if things are done to the latter. Therefore, I came out to the incident itself. I witnessed the incident. I've been to the building myself, assessed the building itself, had a discussion with incident commander and other officers. We had a plan how to contain things going forward.
Thank you. Yeah, I think this is the opportune time to give to the interpreter, and I apologize for dragging it too long before we give you a chance to interpret.
So re Rapulane Monageng moeledi o ile a mmotsa gore mo file 2 go tloga ka tsebe 27 go fitlha ka 62 a ke affidavit ya gagwe mmogo le dimametlelelo tsa gagwe re Monageng o ile a tlhalosa gore go ntse jalo jaanong go tswa fo o na mmotsa gore maemo a gagwe ke a feng o na tlhalosa gore ke ene tlhogo ya Namosa Tshwere ke ra gore ke acting chief ya COJ EMS mo lefapheng la tsa melelo mme yona o tlhalosa gore ga bolo go nna mo tirong eno go simolola ka 1991 fa a na le moithaopi kwa Red Cross 1995 a ba simolola go nna ramolelo wa semolao mme o ile a bona ditshwanelego le dithutego tse di maleba tsa go nna ramolelo mme kwa bofelelong gape ke mokaedi wa tsa corporate le training academy so ke dilo tse ke maemo a le gore wa tshwere go tla go fitlha ga jana jaanong kganya bandlele ya ga Re Engelbrecht di la baakangwa fa moeledi ana tlhalosa gore ditshwantsho tse mo tsebe 14 15 21 mo go le 23 mme segolo bogolo setshwantsho sa mo tsebe 14 a ke setshwantsho sa Usindiso mo commissioner o ile a baakanya se Re Engelbrecht a ile a se tlhalosa o ile a tlhalosa gore nya ga se setshwantsho sa Usindiso mme kgang eno ile a tlogela kwa thoko jaanong moeledi o ile a tla mo kganyeng ya invoice Re Engelbrecht a ile a romela EMS ya COJ ya boleng jwa 160,596 rand Re Engelbrecht la tlhalosa gore invoice eo ile a kgapelwa ka thoko ka gonne go ile ga nna le tumalano gareng ga gagwe mmogo le toropo gore ba seke ba tlhola ba duela ke gore toropo e se ka duela invoice eo mme tumalano eno ile nna teng ka December Re Monageng fa budiwa gore wa reng ka invoice eo o ile a gana nya wa banyana a re invoice eno ga itse ebile wa e gana lebaka ke ka ntlha gore sa ntlha go ne go sena kontraka le Re Engelbrecht mme o ile Re Monageng o ile a re lebisa ko MFMA regulation number 2 e bontshang gore ga go ka se direge gore masepala a tle a batle thuso kgotsa a ne le tender kgotsa a ne le ditumalano le moabedi tirelo wa kwantle fa ile gore ga go latela ditekanyetso le dipeelo mme o ile a tlhalosa gore COJ e ne sena tender kgotsa e ne sena tirisano mmogo le Re ka jalo go ka se kgonege gore fa ile gore ga gona kontraka e saenilweng ga gona ditumalano dipe toropo e tshwanetse gore e duele gape Re Monageng o ile a tlhalosa le circular 96 e bontshang gore ga gona motsamaisi ope wa toropo yo le gore a ka duelela ditirelo le dilwana fa ile gore ga gona ditumalano kgotsa ga gona dilo tseno tse re buleng ka tsone re ra kontraka le mogo le ditumalano tse ntseng jalo mme moeledi o ile a tlhalosa gore Re Monageng o ile a tlhalosa gape gore tota eno e ne e le invoice ya bobedi eno ya Usindiso o ne a tlhalosa gore ntlha Re Engelbrecht o kile a romela invoice fa re tla gopola gore go ile ga nna le go thunya kwa strateng sa Bree jaanong o tlhalositse sentle gore ga re mo itse Re Engelbrecht ga rena kontraka le ene ga rena dipuisano le ene ebile ga rena ditumelano dipe le ene ka jalo mme ene jaaka e le tlhogo ya tsa molelo o na tshwanetse a ba itse ka invoice eno kgotsa ka dikontraka tseno jaanong fa ile gore ene ke tlhogo ebile a na sika a nna teng mo ditumalanong kgotsa mo dikopanong dipe tsa ditendera le Re Engelbrecht go bonala go phepafetse gore ga gona selo sa mofuta ono mme Re Monageng o ile a tswelela tlhalosa gape gore jaaka le COJ kgotsa masepala go na le se se bidiwang mutual assistance agreement yone e teng mo ile gore o ka kopa thuso mo ditheong tse dingwe kgotsa mo baabi ba bangwe ba ditirelo jaanong moeledi o ile mmotsa gore o akanya eng ka yone mutual assistance agreement o ne a tlhalosa gore yone e teng mme bo masepala botlhe ba tshwanetse gore ba nne le yone MAA kgotsa Mutual Assistance Agreement. Ka sekai o ne a tlhalosa gore ka 2019 le 2020 fa go ne go na le COVID bothata jwa COVID mo nageng ya rona MAA ile a dira o ne a tlhalosa gore ene ka bo ene Mutual Assistance Agreement o ile a itsosolosa mme a kopa tlhogo ya Ekurhuleni gore ba ba thuse ka ditlamelwana dingwe tse le gore ba di tlhokang gape na tlhalosa gore o kile a bereka le mokaedi mogolo kwa wa tsa melelo ko OR Tambo mme o gopola ka nako ya fa Bank of Lisbon ka go ya teng e ne esha o ile a kopa thuso kwa mokaedi mogolo o ile gore o bereka ko OR Tambo gore ba ba thuse ka ditlamelwana gore ba kgone go tima molelo wa Bank of Lisbon ka jalo ka dikaitseno tse pedi ona a bontsha fela gore go na le tirisano mmogo ebile ba itsane jaaka bo masepala ba ba farologaneng mmogo le ditheo tse dingwe ke ka fo a re Mutual Assistance Agreement ya bereka ebile e teng mme ona a tlhalosa gore go ya ka yone Mutual Assistance Agreement eo fa go ka direga gore go na le Fire Brigade Act e tlhalosa gore fa tlhogo ya tsa botima molelo a ka gana ka go thusa station se sengwe kgotsa karolo e nngwe ya station tota ebile ba ka kgona go begela kgang eno ko copter e reka ba wela ka fa tlase ga yone so go bona le gore ba tshwanetse ba dirisane mmogo ka gone ba ka ske ba letlelela gore ka go e phutlame e shelore mme gone go na le dithuso tse le gore ba ka di bona jaanong moeledi o ile a tla mo kganyeng ya di 31 tsa August ka nako ya fa molelo o ne o runya kwa 80 Albert Street o na mmotsa gore seabe sa gagwe e ne le sefeng fa ana le ko re monageng o na tlhalosa gore o nana le diabe tse di farologaneng o ikaegile ka nako le boemo ka sekai o tlhalosa gore o na le kwa control room go gotsa fa a itsisiwe ka kotsi e diragetseng kwa Usindiso mme o ile a tlhaeletsana le command center gore go kgone go romela dikoloi tsa go tima molemo jalo le jalo le tsa maemo a tshoganyetso ka nako eno mme gape ona a kopana le kgotsa o ile a ikgolaganya kgotsa incident commander ile a ikgolaganya le ene mme o la tlhalosa gore ke dikgato dife tse di tlhoka gore di dirwe pele ga gore incident commander a ikgolaganya le ene jaaka tlhogo ya sete kgotsa ya botima molelo o na tlhalosa gore ba ka ske ba kopa thuso fela kwa go ene go na le mo ba tshwanetse gore ba latele tatelano ka gonne go na le call 1 call 2 call 3 go na le alarm 1 alarm 2 alarm 3 jalo le jalo jaanong o na tlhalosa gore ka nako ya fa Usindiso a bona pego go tswa ko command center a bona a kopa thuso go tswa ko command center o na tlhalosa gore Usindiso ka yona nako eo ene e setse e le ko alarm 3 ka jalo e reka bana le Mutual Assistance Agreement o ile a founela Ekurhuleni gore a ba ka ba thusa ka dikoloi tse dingwe go tla go tima molelo jaanong o na tlhalosa gape gore go tswa fo ene ka bo ene o ile a ya kwa saeteng gore a tle a kgone go laola site eno le go bona gore a dilo di dirwa sentle ka tolamo mme gape o na tlhalosa gape gore ene ka bo ene o na tsena ka mogare ga kago go bona gore e senyegile go le kana ka jalo ke tsone diabe tse le gore o na le tsone go ikagile ka nako e le gore o na tshwanetse go dira tiro tse di farologaneng.
Thank you. Maybe on the last aspect, what time did you arrive at the scene?
Chair, I can't recall unless if I can maybe just contact my notes.
Okay.
Yes.
What, was it in the morning, early hours, or still in the morning around 8ish or so?
Just way before 8 o'clock. It was in the morning then.
Okay. Thank you. Now, Mr. Engelbrecht came and testified before this inquiry on a number of issues which I would want you to your comment. He testified about the city's lack of apparatus. Do you have any comment?
So I wouldn't know, in lack of operators, what does it mean, sir?
Okay. Well, apparatus such as you being resourced, whether vehicles and all those things.
All right, let me maybe respond if I may.
Yes.
You say in particular to the incident that we're faced with.
Yes.
That's why we are here before the commission.
Yes, yes.
No, absolutely, sir. With regards to the resources for the Usindiso building, 31st of August, 8 hours of the morning, we had resources.
Okay.
We've sent sufficient resources on site. And having to say that, it's also a point that says we didn't just send anything as how we wish. But as I said earlier on, there's different alarms that request certain resources.
Yes.
Henceforth, we could deploy as sufficient as we're supposed to be. And also, over and above, as I said earlier on, we even had to activate our MOU with other municipalities. That then demonstrates that we had resources on ground. We even had backup resources to assist us going forward if Usindiso building keeps on going on.
Mr. Engelbrecht also testified about the City of Johannesburg crew being subjected to poor operational conditions. Any comment?
Okay. What is poor operation conditions? If I may just unpack it for me. Does it mean while they were doing firefighting, conditions were bad? Or does it mean they didn't have equipment?
Well, we can hold it to the 31st of August. Let's focus on that date.
Okay. All right. Pardon, I'll answer in different ways. Number one is that equipment, I said in my submission earlier on, we had enough fire engines. And in this case, a fire engine doesn't only exist on its own. Our fire engines carry water. That water is for primary fire extinguishing. We rely heavily on what we call a hydrant or water regulation system. Literally, firefighters, they'll know to couple a fire engine into a hydrant system to augment the depletion of the fire tank so that when they continue doing firefighting, there can be continuous water supply to the fire engine. Firefighters had hoses. That's why they could even go to the building and do firefighting. I said in my previous testimony, when I arrived on scene, there were hoses all over the place. There was a snake of hoses in front of me. That gave me comfort of saying everything's under control in terms of firefighting, in terms of water supply on the scene itself. There was an incident commander who took care of the incident itself. Therefore, Chair, you will pardon me, I have to dwell on these issues to break it down, to demonstrate of saying Usindiso building was so unfortunate, but resources that were supposed to respond into Usindiso, they were fit for purpose. Therefore, when you say firefighters, they were not well resourced in a way, I find it difficult. Based on what? There's an incident commander. There's other additional stations that were coming from far to come and assist in Usindiso. They're not coming because of a lack of resources. It's in planning. You are dealing with a situation, an incident, that we're trying to manage it as quick as possible to make a difference. That's how it is. We even go as extent of even asking for other additional resources from outside. So they mustn't only leave what we've got in front of you. Therefore, in this case, I find it difficult. Therefore, if working conditions will say Usindiso was supposed to be the world-class working condition, unfortunately, Chair, in my profession, any building that you work to, it might be your last day of actually living. You might die in that building. That's why firefighting industry itself or the profession, it's a risk sort of environment. Therefore, I wouldn't be asking for a nicer environment. Usindiso, it's just like any other building that do firefighting. We bring our own equipment from outside. We do firefighting in a building, and that's what we'll get. You don't want to go to Usindiso building and find it to be like this auditorium, world-class, everything is in place. We go to a situation up until we've done no assessment and so I'm going to approach it in this kind of fashion, I'll work from this kind of issue. Not unless it comes to me and say, I've got a report from a firefighter who said the instructions given to me were not given up to scratch. The fortunate part of it is one, I heard Ms. Engelbrecht in his testimony earlier on, He says fire department are paramilitary. We take instruction, we execute. And I think in that space he understood. And he said to us earlier on, he's a professional fire officer who will understand how does firefighting entails. There were the condition that he mentions of, Chair. Resources, I said we had the resources on ground, we had enough water supply, we had enough resources from other municipalities, everything was up to ground.
Okay.
And over and above, we had incident command system that was in place with different role players as the incident actually was growing. We had the health department supporting us. We had the Supreme Police Services supporting us. We had Metro Police supporting us. We had a security cluster in that area supporting us. We had disaster management supporting us. We had the councillors and community that were residing in Usindiso assisting us in managing the incident. It's called a unified command system that we activated. It's not me that says the chairperson, it's embedded under South African national standards. And it's embedded under international sort of what we call best practice of how do you manage incident.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
You have actually dealt with the aspect, my next topic, which was going to be, did you have enough water from the hydrant?
So you see, when you say enough, I'll say we had ample enough.
Yeah.
And let me qualify the point. You see, we've got peaks and troughs in the daytime in our industry. The peak period where usage of water, you'll pick it up around about 3 o'clock in the morning. It's a peak period of usage of water. It will hit around about 12 o'clock. That's when communities will wake up. The demand of water will be so much that when you want to do firefighting, you didn't get sufficient water. In that space, enough part of it is already planned. Of say we're now nearing to 3 o'clock in the morning, the water level might drop. How do you augment it in the same issue? That's when the water tanker from Grenada came to the play and said, let me then be on standby. Should the water level drop, you could actually augment. And bear in mind, we're fighting the fire in different sort of spaces, even over and above using a ladder truck. Now that ladder truck will need more water pressure to be able to fight the fire. And I've seen in different pictures Mr. Engelbrecht took. He confirms that the ladder truck was used. That means there was enough water in the incident.
Okay. Mr. Engelbrecht also testified about absence of, let me just start with this one. You already touched on this subject of senior personnel overseeing that incident. Can you just briefly elaborate further on that?
You see, it's in command and control, incident management systems. I said earlier on, we've got alarm 1, 2, 3, and 4. The first responding officer in this case, it was a station commander from Fairview Fire Station called Mr. Tipe. Mr. Tipe was the first responding officer who arrived on scene. I believe he's done what he called a 360 in our language. To see the magnitude of the fire damage, to see the property that he has to protect, to plan and say, initially I'll start from this point, going to manage the scene. Also in our own space, we save life and property. He also was challenged to see how he can save the lives that were residing in the building. Okay? That's how things are in the same issue. Now to say that our commanding system was not up to scratch, it's something else. But again, Mr. Tipe wouldn't just sit there and say, I'm going to stand here and do nothing. He's an officer with authority. He's got teams around him. He made calls that he wanted these resources, and resources came into space. He had a fire engine from Malvern that came on site. He had an air truck to assist the guys when you go to the building, in toxic gases, they could replenish the oxygen supplies. He had teams that are coming in terms of serious rescue of the victims. And these are well trained, they come from different stations. Therefore, in this case, the officer in charge, in charge of it, he had everything in his support. But that didn't only end there. Mr. Tipe had to be given a break. We had to get a senior officer to take over the incident itself. As the incident was growing, Mr. Masinga came to the space, who took over and continued the incident itself. Therefore, in this space, it outspelled, City of Johannesburg got a process and procedure in place how to activate these kind of resources going forward. Let me show you something, Chairperson. I wouldn't come from my house, just walk to the incident and take it off. I might be a fire chief, but that's not how things actually happen. We ought to respect what the initial officer has done. He has to account to his function. He has to hand over to somebody senior, not somebody junior. Not unless if you say to Mr. Tipe, hand it to somebody junior. I'm saying Mr. Masinga is a director. He's somebody senior who takes over from what is done. that there's a handover process of saying, this is what I've done, this is where we are, this is what we've engaged, this is the resources I've asked it, there's additional resources on the point, take over. That's how things happen.
Thank you. Chair, it's
Thank you.
1 o'clock.
I think this is an appropriate time
Yes.
to allow for interpretation.
Okay, Chair,
Before
I
we
see
leave.
it's 1 o'clock. Do you want us to run through and?
The interpretation first.
Okay, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
jaanong moeledi o ile a botsa re monage gore monageng intshwarele gore o gorogile ka nako mang kwa lefelo leo la kotsi re monage o ne a araba gore ga a gopole sentle ne le nako mang mme gone o gopola gore e ne le pele ga 8 o'clock mo mosong jaanong moeledi o ile a tlhalosa gore re Engelbert mo bosuping jwa gagwe o tlhalosa gore toropo e ne e tlhaela ka didirisiwa tsa go tima molelo re monageng o na araba ka go botsa potsa gore o kae eng fa re toropo e ne e tlhaela ka didirisiwa jaanong moeledi o ile a tlhalosa gore re bua ka re ka re a dikoloi di ne di tlhaela kgotsa didirisiwa tse di tlhokegang re monageng o ne a tlhalosa gore dikoloi di ne di le teng tsa go tima molelo mme a ba tlhalosa gore ditlamelwana tsotlhe tse di tlhokegang ko Usindiso di ne di lekane fela thata o tlhalositse gape a boela mo kgenyeng ya gore go na le ditatelano ya kotsi kgotsa go tsibogela kotsi ka mafoko a mangwe go na le di-alamo tse di farologaneng jaaka alarm 1 2 3 le 4 go ikagile ka gore kotsi e etegetse go lekana kang jaanong a ba tlhalosa gape gore o ile a tsosolosa yone kgotsa kgang ya MOU le toropo ya Ekurhuleni ke ka foo ba ile ba kgonang gore go tla go thusa ka dikoloi tsa molelo mme jaanong moeledi o ile a botsa gore kgotsa o ile a tlhalosa gore re Engelbert o ne a tlhalosa gore badiri ba COJ ba tima molelo ba COJ ba ne ba berekela mo maemong a sa iketlang a sa siamang re monageng o ne a araba potso eno gape ka go botsa potso a gore o ka jang mme moeledi o ne a tlhalosa gore kgotsa o ne a batla gore a tla tlhoma mogopolo thata mo letsatsing la kotsi la 31 August 2023 re monageng o ne a tlhalosa gore go na le ditimamolelo tse di lekaneng dikoloi tsa teng o ne a tlhalosa gape gore ba dirisa hydrant system go tlhomamisa gore kelelo ya metsi e aga e le teng mme ba ile ba e dirisa ka botlalo o tlhalosa gape gore fa a na goroga kwa lefelong la kotsi go na le dipompo di le dintsi tsa metsi mme seno se ne se mo nametsa pelo go bonala gore dilo tsotlhe di mo maemong a siameng ka gonne metsi a lekane ke ka foo dipompo tsa metsi dipipe tsa metsi ne di tletse gongwe le gongwe gape o ne a tlhalosa gore go na le incident commander mme incident commander o dira tiro ya gagwe o dirile tiro ya gagwe ka matsetseleko o ne a bua gore kotsi ya Usindiso tota go sena sepe se se ka dirwang ka gone ka gonne e ne le go tlhoka le tlhogonolo mme gone di dirisiwa le ditlamelwa di ne di lekane mme o ne a bua gore wa bona fa o le motho yo timang molelo o wa itse gore gongwe le gongwe ko o berekang teng o ka kopana le dikotsi tse di farologaneng ka jalo fa a bua ka gore bana ba berekela mo maemong a sa siamang a o raya gore kago ya Usindiso e ne sa siamela maemo ano gore e ne le kago e senyegileng thata go ba ka berekela go yone jaanong fa ile gore o tima molelo ga o akanye ka dilo tse ntse jalo ga wa lebelela gore o bereke mo kagong e siameng e le gore tlile go nna monate go tima molelo go yone o buile gore go tima molelo ke tiro e kotsi thata ebile e ka ama le botshelo jwa gago ka jalo fa badiri ba go bereka ga ba lebelela gore ba tlile go kopana le maemo a iketlileng go na le mo ba tlile go bereka gore ba time molelo ba boloke matshelo mme o na bua gore ntle fela fa ile gore re Engelbert a ka tla ka pego e tswang ko modiri wa tsa go tima molelo yona a tlhalosa gore go na le motho e le gore ga a ka tsa ditaelo ka tsela e tshwanetseng kgotsa go na le sengwe se se neng se tlhaela ko teng fa ile go ga nna jalo ga gona sepe se se ka buang ka se re Engelbert a se buang o na bua gape gore go tima molelo tiro ya teng e tsewa jaaka ekete ke ya sesole ka mafoko a mangwe re tsa ditaelo jaaka dintsi ebile ra di diragatse. O ne a tlhalosa gape gore thuso e ne le teng go ne go na le sepodisi metro ba councilora le badiri ba bangwe ba ne ba le teng ka jalo re ka re ditlamelwana dilwana tsotlhe tse di tlhokegang di ne di le teng kwa Usindiso fa molelo o ne o runya. Moeledi o ne a botsa la bofelo gore jaanong a metsi a ne a lekane na. Re Monageng o le a tlhalosa gore a tlhalosa gore kana ba rulaganya dilo pele ba ka ya go tima molelo ba leba dilo tse di jaaka gore molelo ka nako mang mme go na le dilo tse di bidiwang di-peak time tsa go dirisa metsi thata ka sekai fa ile motshegare kgotsa go a maitseboa ka after 3 o'clock ra itse gore kelelo selekanyo sa metsi se tlile go a kwa tlase ke ka foo e re ka ba ne ba rulagantse dilo ba le batla ka di-trucka tse di nang le metsi ene go bontsha gore metsi a ne a lekane go ile ga nna le stepisi sa go tima molelo re Engelbert o buile gore se ne se le teng o ele tlhoko gore metsi a tle a kgone gore a fitlhelele kwa godimo a tlhoka gore a ne le kgatelelo e lekaneng ka jalo fa ile gore go na le kgatelelo ya metsi ka tsela e ntseng jalo go raya gore metsi ga re na pelelo gore a ne a lekane sentle go ka berekela kwa kagong eno jaanong o ne a bua gore go na le badiredi ba ba farologaneng kwa saeteng a bontsha gape gore go na le tatelano ya go bitsa badiredi go na le alarm 1 2 3 le 4 jalo le jalo mme o ne a tlhalosa gore mo alarm 1 re thipe jaaka e le first responsive officer o na le teng mme o na dira se re se bitsang 360 assessment go bona gore ka go e senyegile go le kana kang a go ka kgona gore ba tsene batho ba babalesegile jalo le jalo mme a tlhalosa gore first response officer tiro ya gago ya konokono ke gore a tla boloke matshelo a batho le go boloka kago jaanong re thipe o na le taolo ke ka foo ana ka kgona gore a bitse thuso e oketsegileng e le gore ile atla a ba tlhalosa gore morago ga foo go ile ga tla re Masenye e le gore e kwa godimo ga re thipe gore a tla kgone go mogolola le gore ene a tla a tsaya marapo jaanong go bona le gore e re ka a le kwa godimo ga re thipe re thipe ana ka ska a nela motho yo kwa tlase ga gagwe marapo a ntseng jalo mme o na tla nela go ka tatelano e tshwanetseng yo kwa godimo ga gagwe mme ke tsela e le gore dilo di dira ka yone fa ana goroga go simolola ka fa ana goroga go fitlha ka nako e le gore molelo o jaanong go ne go simolola tiro ya go tima molelo.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. This is an appropriate time to adjourn. We'll reconvene at 2 o'clock.
Thank you, Chair.
Advocate Pure.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mnacheng, when we adjourned for lunch, you were testifying about the seniority, explaining how it works. Under cross-examination, Mr. Engelbrecht indicated that platoon commander and station commander were too junior on that particular day. What is your comment briefly?
So, to say in the rank structure that junior is correct, but in terms of functionality, they're not junior. Mr. Tipe, he's a platoon commander by virtue of his position. He was an acting station commander, therefore he's senior. I said earlier on in terms of our alarm levels, Alarm 1, he's a first responding officer with his team. Therefore, in managing incident of that magnitude, we didn't say so-and-so is junior. I said in my submission earlier on, before we went for break, I said I cannot come from where am I coming to the incident and take over the incident just like that because I'm senior. There's nothing that says you must just take over an incident in the same way. That incident is a build-up. I said in my submission, the first responding officer, he had to do certain prescripts or make sure certain processes are in place. I said in my submission as well, there was an officer called Mr. Nyati who came from Alven. He's a station commander. He's senior enough in the same space. Therefore, you've got span of works and controls that are already in place. I said in my submission as well, when the incident grew, there was an officer called Mr. Masinga who was a director. That came in and became an incident commander. Therefore, Mr. Tipe handed over to somebody senior. Now to say to Mr. Tipe and Mr. Nyati that junior based on what? Because as I said earlier on, it's in the incident command systems. This is how things happen. It's in an alarm call that we've got. First responding officers, they've done what they're supposed to do. They then summoned the relevant resources to assist. We went to second alarm phase, Mr. Nyati was in. Went even to the third phase, Mr. Masinga took over. I came on the alarm number 4 to support the team in the same space. Therefore, Chair, I don't agree with that point, that Mr. Tipe was junior. I'm trying to think as well, junior based on what? But in terms of command and control of incident, Mr. Tipe had all the resources that he wanted. He had all the powers. He was charged with responsibility to take care of the incident itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Menacheng. Mr. Engelbrecht also came before this inquiry and testified that there was absence of two-way radio on that day in question.
So, you see, I don't want to go to the point of saying Mr. Engelbrecht never came on scene. He was not even on scene. There's a part in his own writing that he says his crew member became an incident commander. And I can tell you now, Tipe never handed over to anyone junior. Our system that we use in communicating is two-way communication system. A crew commander, if I take 5 firefighters to a building, I'm in charge of them. I'll communicate, I'll make sure that they're safe. Now let me paint a picture for you, Chair. Is that when I take 4 firefighters or I take team of 6, span of works, yes, allow me to go to 6. I'll be the only person who will communicate while they're working. Can I tell you why? They've got what we call self-contained breathing apparatus. They cannot be able to communicate. I'll be the one going to communicate to control room and the incident commander. Therefore, the issue of Mayday, when the firefighters are trapped, they couldn't call for Mayday, it's just unfortunate that, our firefighters are so professional. They knew what to do, they take instruction, they know what they're supposed to be doing, and come out. Therefore, the way of say two-way communication radios, it doesn't even exist. Our incident command vehicle, it's got multiple radios to communicate in. Hence I said, incident command, when the police get on scene, they've got their own communication channel. when City Power gets on scene, they've got their own, everyone who comes on scene will communicate with two-way communication systems. But in managing the incident itself, our fire officers had radios to communicate, our platoon commanders had radios to communicate. I had a radio to communicate even myself. Therefore, which radios are we talking about here? Therefore, that statement doesn't tell a whole lot for me, Chair, unfortunately.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr. Pure, let's allow interpretation to proceed.
Thank you, Chair.
Ummeli ke uqhubekile ke lapho abegcine khona ngaphambi kokuthi kuyiwe ekhefini. Indaba okuqhutshekwa kuyo indaba yezikhundla zomsebenzi ngaphakathi enkampanini ukuthi zime kanjani ngenxa yokuthi izolo uMnumzana Engelbrecht uma ethula ubufakazi bakhe wethule ubufakazi bokuthi abantu abayizikhulu ababethunyelwe ukuba bayoqapha noma bayokuyesikhathi somsebenzi babengafanele babe sezikhundleni eziphansi kunezikhundla ezilindelekile ukuthi babe yizo. Lapha sikhuluma ngocommander no station commander uthi ngisho kunjalo kodwa babe yilokho esikubiza ngokuthi ama junior ngakho babe ngebona ochwepheshe abaphezulu ukuthi bangakwazi ukusingatha lesi simo somlilo. Kodwa ke uMnumzana Munaheng uma echaza ke ubeka kwendlaleke ukuthi okuqala into ebalulekile umsebenzi lapha osuke wenziwa. Ngokwesibonelo abantu abathunyelwa kulesi sikhathi kulesi sigameko kukhona uMnumzana uThiphe, kukhona uMnumzana uNyathi noMnumzana uMasinga. uMnumzana uThiphe njengoba echazile ukuthi kunezindlela zokuxhumana ababiza ngokuthi ama-alarm 1, alarm 2, alarm 3. So u-alarm 1 usebenza kulona osabela kuqala uma ethola ucingo. Ngakho uMnumzana uThiphe uyena owangena kuqala futhi wayewazi kahle umsebenzi ukuthi wenziwa kanjani. Ngesikhathi esebenza akazange athi uma esethula izintambo ezinikeza omunye azinikeze onesikhundla esingaphansi kwesakhe. Cha, wasinikeza umuntu ongenesikhundla esingaphezulu kwesakhe. Ngakho uMnumzana uThiphe wayewazi kahle umsebenzi. uMnumzana uNyathi owafika wethulelwa njengoba yena angena ku-alarm 2 wayewazi kahle umsebenzi. Ku-alarm 3 uMnumzana uMasinga wayewazi kahle umsebenzi. Kanti uMnumzana uMonaheng okhona lapha wangena esengena ku-alarm 4. Ngakho ungabona ukuthi kwakuhamba kahle kangakanani ngokusho kwakhe. Kodwa ke aqiphuza livezile ukuthi akusho ukuthi ngoba wena unesikhundla esikhulu uma uthola umuntu enza umsebenzi aphathiswe wona uvela uhlwithe bese uvela uqhubeka ngendlela yakho. Ngakho naye ngisho efika kwakuzofanele alandele lezi inhlaka ezibekiwe zokusebenza. Ngakho uwala uyaphetha ukuthi lokhu okushiwo uMnumzane uEngelbrecht izolo ukuthi abantu abathunyelwa babe ngafaneleki noma besesikhundleni eziphansi uthi akulona iqiniso. Labaya abantu ababewazi umsebenzi ababethunyelwa. Okwesibili ke kube sekuyilokho okushiwo futhi uMnumzane uEngelbrecht izolo ukuthi abantu ababelapha babengenakho lokho kubizwa ngokuthi ama two-way radio. So uyachaza futhi lapho uMnumzane uMonaheng ukuthi cha nalapho futhi ngisho engafuni ukuza kuleyo nto kodwa uzoyisho. Wayengekho uMnumzane uEngelbrecht kulesi yasigameko esasenzeka lapha ya. Ngakho ezinye zezinto azishoyo ngempela akanalo ulwazi ngalo. Ngoba uma ehamba nabantu ababiza ngokuthi ama crew commander uyosebenza nabo, uma besebenza kuba noyedwa okuyena oxhumanisa ukuxhumana ukuze kuqhubeke kunokukhulumisana nabantu. Ngakho ngeke bonke laba bantu kube abantu abakhulumayo. Kodwa kuzoba khona oyedwa ohamba naleli qembu elisebenzayo bese kuba khona ukuxhumana okunjalo. Kunjalo kuzo zonke inhlaka. Emaphoyiseni kuba ne-channel yakhona abayisebenzisayo yokuxhumana nabezicishamlilo. Naye ngokwakho uMnumzane uMonaheng uthi kwamanje uwonelihlala enayo indlela yokuxhumana i-radio ayisebenzisayo. Ngakho le ndaba yokuthi ayengekho two-way radio ngalesi yasikhathi sesigameko nayo futhi uyayichitha.
To your comment about the fact that Mr. Engelbrecht was not physically at the scene, it may be said that you were also not at the scene. What would you say to that?
Chair, I said earlier on, I came out, I was on scene. I got a live handover. I went to the building myself. I felt the heat and the smoke and the smell. I witnessed people that were affected in that incident. I've witnessed the rescue happening in the same space.
Thank you.
Therefore, I can't take it off my face, Chair. It then becomes personal, to a point that if somebody sits at home and expects to command an incident, this is something we've never had in a profession. And I can tell you now, henceforth you're asking me a question, I can exactly tell you how the incident was.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll come to that if we need that, Mr. Menacheng. Now, can I please have your comment about rapid intervention team? Briefly, so please, if you could.
Okay. Chair, what tends to happen is that Mr. Tipe said in his submission, he had 2 crew members that were fighting, doing interior firefighting. Literally, Mr. Tipe, when he arrived on scene, he had an excess of 6 members. 6 members from his vehicle and 2 additional members from the air truck. That came from Fairview Fire Station. Not long ago, arrived Malvern with addition of 6 members. Literally, in your own hands, you've got plus minus 14 members to work around. Now, he said initial attack was 2 hoses in there. Literally, 4 members will do active firefighting. We then discount a pump operator, the guy who's controlling the fire engine, and another pump operator on the other vehicle. Now, literally, you've got plus minus 12 members to deal with the incident itself. That on its own tells you 4 is doing active firefighting, another 4 members behind, actually another 8 members behind it. They're there to wait if any situation can happen. That's where the rapid interventions teams comes in. Those guys are waiting outside so that those, if oxygen goes off, if something goes wrong in a building, they're ready available to go into the building and rescue and augment the situation going forward. That is a rapid interventions team. But that doesn't only ends there. There's a fire station that came from Northview Fire Station. It's a specialized station that deals with rescues. In this case, the team came out. They were there to assist in rescue. Now, the lovely part of it in City of Johannesburg is that our members are dually trained. Dually trained in the sense of saying fire and rescue and medical rescue. Therefore, in any case, the firefighters that were there, they were not just pure firefighters doing firefighting. They're rescue trained, they're qualified. Therefore, they said that we didn't have a rapid interventions team. Incident commander told us, here's a team can see, here's a team that was dispatched from Northview Fire Station. Their function was to do the rescue. In his own admission, Mr. Engelbrecht said to us, there was a rescue that took place. You cannot question it. They were supposed to do the rescue chairperson on the same issue. It was the very same firefighters who are trained. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll allow the interpreter. Yes.
Uma iqhubeka ke ummeli nodaba lwakhe uveza ukuthi ngesikhathi umnumzana uMonaheng ekhuluma indaba yokuthi phela wayengekho esigamekweni somlilo ngalo liyasuku umnumzane uEngelbrecht ummeli uyambuza ukuthi kodwa uzothini uma naye engasho into efanayo ngawe athi nawe wawungekho emlilweni ngalo liyasuku lwesigameko ilapho ke umnumzane Monaheng ngechaze khona ukuthi cha akunjalo njengoba eke wathule ebufakazini bakhe wayekhona wafika futhi wathatha washiyelwa izintambo waqhubeka nomsebenzi obuvela uqhubeka walizwa iphunga wakuzwa ukufudumala wawubona umlilo wababona abantu bekhishwa betakulwa ngakho akukhona ukuthi wayehlele ekhaya kwayona nje le ndaba yokuthi uthi ungumkhuzi wamabutho kodwa ubuwakhuzela uhlele ekhaya enye nje nayo engafaneleki ngokohlobo lomsebenzi abawenzayo ngakho uma kungaba kufika kuleyo ndaba na kanjani angasho ukuthi wayekhona udlulileke kuleyo daba lalokho ukuze kungabikho impikiswano ngayo iyacaca ukuthi wayekhona kwase kungenwa kulokho kubizwa ukuthi i-rapid intervention ukuthi kwakusetshenzwa kanjani lapha ya babededelana kanjani abantu ababesebenza umnumzane Monaheng nakhona futhi uchazile ukuthi kwakhona icrew yababili emva kwalokho kwafika abanye abayisithupha abanye abebevela eMalvern nabo futhi abayisithupha. Ngakho ngesikhashana kwase kunabantu abacisha umlilo abangu-14 abasebekhona nje endaweni yesigameko. Ngaleso sikhathi konke kwase kumi ngomumo umsebenzi uqhubeka ngoba abangu-4 babesebenza ngokuqondile ukulwisana nje nomlilo nokuzama ukucisha umlilo, abangu-8 bemi ngomumo, ilokho ababiza ukuthi i-rapid intervention. Njengoba bemile balinde ukuthi uma kungenzeka noma yini baqhubeke nomsebenzi baye phambili umsebenzi ungami. Laba bantu abantu abaqeqeshiwe ngoba kubonakala sengathi baqeqeshelwe ukwenza zonke izinto, hayi nje kuphela ukucisha umlilo, kodwa futhi uma kudingeka bayatakula abantu babakhiphe ngaphakathi emlilweni. Ngakho iqembu lalikhona ngokusho kaMnumzana uMunaheng laphaya kwakuyiqembu lezicishamlilo eliqeqeshiwe eliwaziyo umsebenzi futhi elalikulungela ukwenza ngempumelelo. Ngakho kulesi sigaba se-rapid intervention konke kwakumi ngomumo.
Thank you. Mr. Munaheng, then our next topic is going to be the disaster management. Under cross-examination, Mr. Engelbrecht did concede that there is no hard and fast rule as to when the disaster management should be at the scene. So, if I may have your view on the role and when they should be on the scene of the event. More specifically, let's just be specific, let me not generalize, on the 31st of August 2023.
So when it comes to the issues of the response of disaster management team, I think in my command or in the EMS side, I said the first responders at the fire station. EMS are the first responders. I'll use the word disaster management as secondary responders. People that save and preserve property are the firefighters and rescue specialists. Therefore, disaster management, the way they are coordinating events. They're coordinating situation. In this case, there was no need for disaster management to be primary responders. Number one, they don't do firefighting, which is before us. They don't treat patients, which are before us. First responders are us on the same space. Now, because we're dealing with Usindiso as a situation, incident, there was someone to come on site, was already identified members of public that are affected, and already identified mothers and kids that will need a shelter to refresh and to make sure they're in a nice, comfortable position, situation. Bear in mind, there's also elements of psychological sort of challenges they're faced with. That's when disaster management team in situation will come out. They'll then go out and identify those members that will need assistance in this case. That's why you see during the course of the day in question, disaster management had people congregated next to them, people standing in queue, giving names, giving full details. They went even to a point of explaining what's going to actually unfold from there. In disaster management side, they then activate their own teams in terms of donors, in terms of NGOs, to come and assist in a situation. But in this case, Chair, you rightfully say, there's no prescriptive saying disaster management must respond. As a matter of fact, they were responding to an incident. There was no disaster in the city of Johannesburg on the 31st of August, or towards the 1st of September. There was no disaster declared. There's an act that tells you how it's supposed to delay disaster. Therefore, this was a pure incident to be managed. Yes, the calamity of things actually took place. The number of fatalities experienced, they were incidental. Now, if I heard Mr. Engelbrecht right in his submission earlier on, he was submitting and saying disaster management was supposed to handle the bodies. That is not the function of disaster management sort of team. When I heard him again, he said that was a crime scene. That means now police and police forensic investigators, they are capable of doing that. That is the function of the police, not disaster management. Yes, I understand Mr. Engelbrecht has got so much wealth of knowledge, has been to different countries probably in his history. I remember in my career at Airports Company South Africa, we used to have a team called Kenyan Disaster Response Teams. That team, when aircraft will go down in any foreign country, that doesn't happen. If, let's say, I was flying to London, aircraft crashes in London, no one could identify me. This team was meant to go out to that incident, first of all, doing construction. They'll get a watch in my hand. When asked my partner at home, do you have anything you can identify Monacheng with? They'll say he had this kind of watch. He had so much clothes on him. He had this kind of thing. There's a DNA sample. That Kenyan team are dealing with disasters internationally. But the act in South Africa, that's not the same. The act is clear.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Monacheng, we are now going to move to another topic. Before we move to another topic, let me allow the interpreter to translate that.
Iphuzu ke manje okudlulelwe kulo iphuzu labalawula izinhlekelele noma i-disaster management. Uma elapha umnumzane Engelbrecht ethula ubufakazi bakhe uvumile ukuthi awukho umthetho oqondile oshayiwe ukuthi kufanele laba ababizwa ukuthi abe-disaster management noma abalawula izinhlekelele kufanele bafike kuqala. Kodwa ummeli ubesebuza ukuthi wena mnumzane Monacheng owakho umbono uthini kuleyo ndaba. Umnumzane Monacheng uma ephendula uvezile ukuthi ngokubona kwakhe nokuqonda kwakhe uyavuma ngempela ukuthi akukho okubhaliwe okushoyo, kodwa abantu okufanele bafike kuqala ngokwendlela abona ngayo abantu abaletha ezosizo noma bezibe eziphuthumayo be-EMS. Ngenxa yokuthi ibona bokuqala bawufike benze lokho kufunekayo njengoba bezocisha umlilo, okwesibili bezosindisa ukuphila kwabantu okusuke kulapho bavikele noma izakhiwo ezisuke zibhekene nenhlekelele ngaleso sikhathi. Ngakho ngokubona kwakhe abokuqala kufanele kube abosizo lokuqala izimo eziphuthumayo, bese emva kwalokho ke sebengafika nalaba abalawula izinhlekelele phecelezi disaster management. Ngenxa ukuthi imisebenzi yabayifani. Abokuqala bakusindisa ukuphila bacisha umlilo basebenze ngezinto ezisuke zidingeka, kodwa laba besibili i-disaster management basebenza njengabaxhumanisi, coordinating. Basuke bexhumanisa ukuthi izinto zizohamba kanjani kusukela manje. Abafiki babambe iziguli noma abantu abalele phansi babanikeza usizo. Cha, kodwa kunalokho bafike baxhumanise babuke ukuthi njengoba sekwenzekile ke manje inhlekelele nakho okufanele kwenziwe. Naba abantu abayizisulu abafelwe bangalitholelwa yini usizo? Zikhona yini izinhlangano ezingabasiza ezingabanikelela njalo njalo. Ngenxa yokuthi ke ngalezi yasuku lesigameko kwangakabikho kwangakashiwo kuthiwe lo liyasuku usuku oselibizwa njengosuku lwenhlekelele. Kodwa lese kwakuyisigameko nje esenzekile. Ngakho kwangakabi seqophelweni lokuthi bafike bona kuqala ngoba kwangekho inhlekelele eyayiseyenzekile. Kwakusemane nje kuyisigameko somlilo. Futhi babengeke bafike benze izinto ezenziwa abosizo lokuqala. Ngakho ngokusho kaMnumzane uEngelbrecht kuye kubonakala sengathi kwakufanele bafike kuqala bese befike bebamba izidumbu ezilele phansi. Kodwa lo akusuwo umsebenzi wabo. Umsebenzi wamaphoyisa loyo. Umsebenzi walabo abahlola izidumbu okufanele baphinde basebenze ngazo. Ucaphuna ithimba okuthiwa ithimba laseKenya elisebenza emazweni omhlaba ukuthi lalikwazi ke ukusebenza ngendlela yalo lona, ngoba uma kungenzeka wehlelwe inhlekelele kwelinye izwe ungaziwa lalikwazi ukufika licoshe izinto ezikuwe, kungaba iwashi noma yini, bese lithinta abasekhaya lifuna ukukuhlobanisa ukuthi uyamazi yini umuntu onje, kuze kwenziwe nohlolo fuzo ukubona ukuthi uwe yini lo. Kodwa kulesi simo sangalolu suku kule ndaba ye disaster management, cha kwakungafanele kube yiyo efika kuqala esigamekweni, kwakufanele kufike abezimo eziphuthumayo.
Thank you. We are now going to move to another topic. It relates to the ladder truck that was utilized on the day of the incident. The evidence before this, and even under cross-examination, Mr. Engelbrecht did indicate that, or testified that that ladder truck was not fit for purpose. Let's start there. We will go into another topic relating to the ladder truck. If you can just comment on that aspect?
All right, Chair. Ladder truck was fit for purpose, and there was a good call from incident commander that requested ladder truck to come out, to come and assist. Let me bring a bit of history on the ladder truck. Ladder truck, yes, it was manufactured internationally in the country in South Africa. Financial year 2021-2022, the ladder truck was refurbished. Refurbishment, it says to us, it was repurposed, it was actually made to be good in a state. And that part of it is not only be done by EMS City of Johannesburg. We give the ladder truck to an OEM, or in this case to a supplier or somebody can fix and refurbish the truck. In this case, we got a contract with a particular supplier who then took the ladder truck, stripped it from back to front, even the leather part of it, the leather that sits on the truck, it was also sent to a renowned service provider. Leather truck came back in commission in financial year 22-23, it was working. The day in question in Usindiso building, leather truck was serviced, it was certified. Now, the argument that I'm hearing here is that leather truck was not able to retract the leather. Chair, I can tell you, I was not an incident commander, but I understood the reasons why the leather truck was there from incident part of it. I've seen it myself, hanging on next to the building. And there was a need for it actually to be there, okay? Firefighters would actually use it to quickly evacuate out of the building, using the leather truck if something happens in the building. We could use the leather truck to access to the top floor if something happens on the top. That's a reason for it in a point. Number one, leather truck was certified by the renowned supplier on the same issue. It was sent for tests. I can even advance documents to you to prove leather truck was refurbished. It was also certified. It was even roadworthy certified. Therefore, if you say leather truck was not fit for purpose, what is supposed to mean? In the case in question here, leather truck by incident commander, they said to me, they could use it as what you call the hide mass stream. If you want to transport water from ground floor to on top, you've seen pictures, it was used for that purpose. Even used for rescue, it can be used for the same purpose in a point. It was submitted before us, 3 members of public were rescued through the leather truck, it was used for a purpose. Therefore, I don't understand if somebody says it was not fit for purpose, what is supposed to be meant for?
Okay, thank you so much. Madam Chair, if I can request that we go back to the cross-examination bundle, I want to refer the witness to the exhibit, the photo images.
Which bundle is that?
Does Mr. Munafeng have a bundle?
File A or file B?
It's the one, the cross-examination bundle, bundle one.
By any prof?
Yeah, it's bundle one. Say it's.
Any bundle, okay, file
Yeah.
one. Yeah, I got that.
Thank you. Go to page 22 of that bundle.
I'm on page 22.
If you can have regard to the photo that appears on top. And the reason why I'm bringing this is because you said, you mentioned something about water being transported or water streams being, I mean, this ladder being used to transport the water stream. If you look at that, if you could just assist us, where does that water, because I can see that there's some water that is being pointed, where is it pointed to? Paragraph, page 22, yes.
Chair, if you may allow me, if you can take me to the first picture, thank you. Can you go on page 14, Chair?
Yes.
Picture number 2.
Yes.
I want to demonstrate, you say that the building had different views. We had a south view, we had a west view, we had a north view, we had an east view. In this picture, on the bottom, the picture number 2, where the ladder truck is extended to, where the ladder extends to the building. Not this picture, on page number 14.
Page 14, the second one.
Yes. I wanted for the audience so I can maybe follow my explanation.
But yeah,
Yeah, thank you. You see, Chair, where the ladder truck is facing, to the left side of the ladder, fire never spread in that side. That used to be a clinic. Fire was stopped there. That is the essence why ladder truck was used. I was briefed. Now, in firefighting, you have to preserve certain sort of structure. Ladder truck was used, on a picture you took me on page 22, when you see ladder truck actually spraying now in that part. Now, I'm trying to demonstrate to you so that, yes, indeed, ladder truck was fit for purpose. In the early hours of the morning, it was used to cut through on a building, so the fire mustn't spread to the eastern side of the building. Therefore, that purpose it's used for is what it's intended to. Okay? Now, here's the thing. Incident commander made a good call. We preserved the clinic side of the building while he knew this side is already engulfed in fire. Firefighters are busy fighting the fire in this building. It's senseless for you to put a master stream into the firefighters where they're working. This was used as a curtain to cut the fire from spreading to the east side of the building. I walked to the building myself during the fire. I walked to the building after the fire. The eastern side of the building was not even affected.
okay.
It was saved from the part of it on this one.
If I may, on that question, Mr. Mnacheng, is that stream pointed at the fire or pointed downwards?
So you see, when you look at this picture, unfortunately, when this firefighting happens, the operator, he's got a league, he's got even the luxury of moving the nozzle up and down. He can move the nozzle this way if he wants to. He can move it this way. And maybe, unfortunately, when this picture was taken, it was when the nozzle was facing down. He has to come through, so he was protecting the structure on the left-hand side.
Okay.
Okay? If you wanted to put it straight, you could do it. But even Mr. Prophet himself said it was even not going to be a way of doing things. You cannot point a master stream while firefighters are doing interior firefighting. You're going to injure them. You're going to cause more damage inside the building. And I'm saying to you, Chairperson, this picture you see here, it was used purposefully for to do what you call a water curtain.
Water?
Curtain,
Curtain.
yes.
Meaning to cut off.
The heat to protect. Hence I said on a picture that I've mentioned earlier on, you could see the eastern side of the building being the clinic. It was not affected by any fire. Fire was stopped, they never spread it that way.
Thank you.
And that is part and parcel of activities that the firefighters are doing to preserve property and to make sure you could able to save and salvage something that was salvaged.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Interpreter?
Kuqhubekile ke ingxoxo manje kodwa ke uma iqhubeka iqala truck noma iloli elasetshenziswa ngalolu suku lwesigameko. Umnumzana Engelbrecht uma ekhuluma ebufakazini bakhe uthi iloli elasetshenziswa alisetshenziselwanga injongo efanele yalo. Inhloso yalo ayizange isetshenziswe kahle kulesi yasigameko sokucisha umlilo. Ngakho ke umnumzane uMnacheng uphendula ngalokho ke ukuthi okokuqala leli yaloli elasetshenziswa esibonile elinestebhisi esikhuphukayo lasetshenziswa ngendlela efanele. Kodwa ngaphambi kokubasho njalo uye wanikeza umlando walo ukuthi lisuka kuphi leli loli. Yebo leli loli lakhandwa lenziwa emazweni angaphandle lilethwa kuleli kodwa okwenzekile ngonyaka ka2021-2022 wezimali lathathwa leli loli la lungiswa lashintshwa uma echaza uthi laqhaqhwa ukuze likwazi ukwenza umsebenzi ngendlela okuyiyo. Ngakho indlela elenziwa ngayo lenziwa ukuthi uma lilungiswa likwazi ukuvumelana nenhloso yomsebenzi okwase kufanele liwenze. Ngakho kusukela ngonyaka ka22 wezimali 2022-2023 leli loli lase likulungele kahle ukusebenza lenza umsebenzi ohloselwe wona. Lase lisevisiwe ngendlela efanele lahamba layohlolwa lavivinywa latholakala ukuthi liyafanele ukusebenza kwaze kwatholakala nezitifiketi zalo zokuthi lingawenza umsebenzi elihloselwe ukuthi liwenze. Lase lahamba futhi laphasiswa nokuthi lingaba semgwaqweni roadworthy. Ngakho leli loli ngokusho kukaMnumzane uMonageng lalisesimweni esihle futhi lisetshenziswa ngendlela efanele yokusetshenziswa kwalo uma kufanele likwenze. Ukusetshenziswa kwalo okunye kwakho akushilo ukuthi lalikwazi ukuthatha lisetshenziswe ukuthatha amanzi phansi liwacaphune liwase phezulu esitezi esiphezulu uma kudingeka. Ilapho kummeli abesemthatha khona ethi ake siye kwesiyoxoxa ngalo ngokwezithombeke ekhasini 22 ubeke esembonisa nasi ayisithombe ekhasini 22 nanti leli loli kubonakala kwehla amanzi kulona okuye kwakhulunywa kabanzi ngalo izolo. Ukuze ke akwazi ukuchaza lokhu uMnumzane uMonageng uthe asiye ekhasini 14 uzophinda ulibone kahle ngoba leli loli lapho limi khona kuneyinhlangothi ezine zebhilidi. Kukhona uhlangothi olusenyakatho, kukhona oluseningizimu, kukhona olusempumalanga, kukhona olusentshonalanga. Ngakho mhlawumbe isithombe singahle singakuvezeli kahle ukuthi lalimi kuphi ngaleso sikhathi. Kodwa ke uma esechaza ukuthi ngempela ukuba khona kwalo njengoba silibona lapha limile kunamanzi aconsayo uthi lalisebenza ukuvimbela. Ngapha empumalanga kwakunemtholampilo. Manje leli loli lasebenza ngalolo suku njengekhethini lamanzi, water curtain, ukuvala ukuthi njengoba umlilo ubhebhetheka usha mahanguhangu ngapha awungabe sewuwelela ngapha ngakulolu hlangothi olunomtholampilo. Okuwumsebenzi wabo ke njengezicishamlilo ukuthi uma befika uma kukhona izindawo zesakhiwo ezingakathinteki bazivikele. Ngakho uthi ke ngesikhathi leli loli silibona limile lapha ya lalivimba ukuthi umlilo ungeqeli ngasempumalanga bese kugcina kushe sonke isakhiwo okuyinto efanele. Leli khalana lakhona ke silibonayo njengoba silibona limile labheka phezulu oliqondisayo phansi uyakwazi ukulishintsha. Angalimisa libheke phezulu, angalilalisa ngohlangothi, angenza noma yini afuna ukulenza ngayo. Kodwa kulesi sithombe ke njengoba silibona lalimi ngalendlela. Kodwa inhloso yalo kwakuwukuthi linqande livimbe umlilo ukuthi ungabe sewusakazekela kushe lonke ibhilidi kodwa kusindiswe leli likhona. Ngokusho kwakhe ke lawo mazwi uMnumzane uMonageng umile kwelokuthi leli loli lalisetshenziswe ngenhloso yalo efanele yokusetshenziswa kwalo.
Thank you. Mr. Monageng, we are now going to deal with the allegation relating to the deterioration of the COJ's fire department. So as not to waste any time on this aspect, Mr. Engelbrecht considered that his views or opinion is based on on his own research or his own personal view emanating from the period, for a period of during 2027, but he does not have anything. Sorry, I thought my attorney was talking to me. 2017. Yeah, my apologies. I thought, from 2017, but he does not have anything from 2017 to current. So what I want you to comment on is from a period of 2017 to date, as to whether this allegation relating to the deterioration of the fire department, what is your comment? What is your take on that?
There's no deterioration of fire department per se. And I want to state it and how I've heard Mr. Engelbrecht. Mr. Engelbrecht was telling us what he wishes to see. It's not informed by any study. It's not informed by any act or document. Let me also demonstrate, Chair, so that you see where the fire department we're continuously improving and continuously building. We just recently commissioned a fire station on the west side of Joburg called Protea Fire Station. We never went there and just built as we wish. We're in partnership with CSIR, where they've advised us of how far the city will be growing, where must we build a fire station. We've gone to a point of even recruiting our firefighters. Now let me come back to the same issue. Deterioration of the fire department, I don't know in what sense. That you talk about the structure, that fire station don't have doors, they don't have windows, or you cannot walk in, the people are unfriendly. I don't know what it means out. But professionalism, Chair, I can tell you, no officer in the city of Johannesburg will be improved, will be promoted without having the relevant right qualification. Not only me that says that, there's a COCTA regulation that tells you for a fire officer what qualification must be attained. Mr. Tipio, who's been labeled to be the juniorest person ever in this commission, he's got BTech in fire technology. That then tells you of the standard that we appreciate in the city of Johannesburg. The kind of action he takes when he goes out to incidences. Now, deterioration of somebody who was in the fire department before, Chair. I can tell you, when I walk back to my previous employer, it pains me when I see things going down where I left them. I'm still attached to certain things that I've done in this place. I want them to exist till up until I die. Unfortunately, it cannot happen in even your own same house. Mr. Albert told us here, he was involved in fire station in Midrand. He was involved in Sentin fire station. For him to walk in there and then see his friends anymore, it might be deterioration of the fire department. But I can tell you, Chair, we don't deal with emotions here. We deal with calls. We're responding to calls that are coming through the public. When there's fires here, we go out and deal with the fires going forward on the same issue. You see, now if Mr. Engelbrecht was so much wanting us to be with him in the same space, why hasn't he approached the city and say, can I please sign an MOU with you? Let me respond with you to incidences. I'm an NGO, I'm whatever, I've got what it takes, let me respond to you. You see, when Bafana is playing soccer, Chair, with whatever team, we can comment as much as we want on the sides. Issues remain with the coach. He knows what challenges he's faced with. He's responsive to certain things. That's the same ideal Mr. Engelbrecht has. Our comments on the sideline hold no water. Okay? But then I heard him. He said he had a meeting with Councillor San, with certain assistant chief, with certain director. Chair, I've joined City of Johannesburg in 2009. I've never had any request from Engelbrecht to come and advise me. His workshop that he had, I've never heard them. I said in my introduction, I'm a director of corporate services and training. If I was suggesting training to the firefighters with the system of deteriorating, he would have came to me through the fire chief. Mr. Engelbrecht never had a discussion with us, trying to improve to us. He said he wrote a lot of articles, yeah. But writing to who? He said he's been writing these articles to the public, but not coming to us and telling us in the same space. If he wanted to be consulted, he was supposed to go to HR and receive the right sort of service level agreements and become a consultant for the fire chiefs. Actually, say what you just said to us now, I feel an element of undermining the authority of us now currently. He thinks he's an alpha and omega, everything stops by him. If not him, nothing else can happen. On the same space, I'm going to question his qualification actually, Chairman, on the same issue. What is credentials? Where did he study? Is he doing research as we move along on the same issue? And I can tell you, there is no such.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Monaching. Well, to your point that he should maybe propose or come up with solution to the problem that the city is facing. There is a document, if I may be permitted, Chair, to refer the witness to the cross-examination bundle. It's file 1. That is the same bundle. That's the same one. Page 41 to page 66.
I'm on page 41, Chair.
Yes. That is the synopsis of what he said. It's a synopsis of his proposal, how the situation can be improved. So I'm just saying, to your point, there is a document that he may have generated, which is that document that I referred to you to. Have you seen that document yourself?
Chair, I've never seen this document, not at all. I'm doing research in my space through our academies. Would have got a hold of this document, it was something prescribed. And our research team doing a forward research issue that would have got a hold of this document. Therefore, where I'm sitting, it's the first time that I see this document suggesting this. The question is one, who was it addressed to? And Mr. Angel said to us, he's got a communal team of the former fire chiefs, that he's the founder of that organization. Maybe this was destined to him, but not to us, not even lately.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
In conclusion, Mr. Monageng, we have covered almost all areas that I noted. And briefly so, is there anything that I may have omitted, which in your view is critical, emanating from the evidence of, let me properly address him, Chief Fire Officer Engelbrecht, as I was just looking at his CV. Is there anything that you can, that you want me to cover, or maybe that you think it's critical?
Okay, it's critical to note that no one can just walk in any street of city of Johannesburg in South Africa and call himself a fire chief. One, to become a fire chief, you must be appointed by the minister. You've got two ways of becoming a fire chief. You can either become a designated, like what city of Johannesburg is, or become a non-designated. While I was in OR Tambo, my responsibility was just in the perimeter fence of OR Tambo. I was non-designated fire chief, appointed by the minister. As soon as I step my foot outside the perimeter fence, I go to Ekurhuleni's boundaries. I need to have an SLA with Ekurhuleni to be able to respond. Therefore, Mr. Engelbrecht, the way he is, I'm asking myself, how did he gain the status to become a fire chief? He's neither designated or non-designated. He operates like a loose cannon, say, in the city of Johannesburg. And it's something that we don't appreciate. He goes out and wants to build a city. Where does he get his bill references? With me, the billing system is approved by Council of City of Johannesburg, taking care of residents. Mr. Engelbrecht, when I look at his billing report, he doesn't break it down how many fire engines came out. What is the hour rate for firefighters? You asked him a question. Did you respond with fire engines? He said no. You asked him for the second time. He said no. We don't respond with fire engines. We respond with rapid interventions vehicles that are supposed to tap water from the city's water system. Therefore, I'm asking myself, is he paying the services back to the city for the water that he has used? The answer is no. Therefore, Mr. Engelbrecht has got no regard of Fire Brigades Act, Chair. This is what I'm sitting with. Fire Brigades Act, Clause 5, it tells you how a fire chief must be appointed. Clause 4, it then explains to you what is a designated and non-designated status supposed to be. Therefore, in Joburg here, Ms. Engelbrecht goes out to calls and charges members of public. They then phone my office. Typical case is Charlotte Maclege fire. I respond to Maclege fire. I was there when the firefight actually was happening. Ms. Engelbrecht laid learning about him on the media. And the CEO of Charlotte Maclege then phoned me and called me to a meeting and said, I've got this invoice. Must I pay or not must I pay? My first question was to the CEO. Did you call for these services? She said, no, I never phoned this person. I said, who did you phone? She said, City of Johannesburg. I said, that's the way it's supposed to be. This person, not even a non-designated person, I don't know who he is. I don't even know his professional level where it's supposed to be. Not only that, Chair, members of public are phoning me every day complaining and say, this company, we don't know who they are. We thought they're working under you, City of Johannesburg. They're busy billing us for an unknown situation. The same issue, Chair, went to the city manager's office and the mayor's office. They were told to pay for an invoice of 160,000 rands after Usindiso building. We never even gone that route. The question is one, how are you operating here? Professionally, people will go and approach certain department and say, I'm here, can I render the following services? Can I back into a supply management system? In this case, there's none in existence. Then West Part Chair here on the same space, he then said to us in his submission earlier on, that when he had a meeting with his fire chief, whoever, he suggested to him to say that out of 35 stations you've got, you must cancel all of them and only have 6. Now it shows you somebody never went in depth of doing a study. As a CSR assisted us in doing this study, how many fire stations do you need? At what kilometer radius that you need this fire station? He said in his submission, I recommended 6 fire stations. Now we're going to put these kind of fire stations. What's going to be response times when you go to incidences? Therefore, Chair, in summary, I don't take it kind from Mr. Engelbrecht's approach. He's not a truthful person before us. He says things that I was not there myself during the commission of inquiry, during the Usindiso building. I was sitting at home. He writes things here, said people didn't have radio communication systems. The question is, they had those kind of things in the point. He even commented for letter truck and said this letter truck was not used for its intended purpose. He was not on scene. He was not even an incident commander. He goes even worse, and Lambasis, our incident commanding officer, he said they were too junior. And at the same time, he says this
Mr.
team took
Purre,
over the incident.
You must
I don't
take
find it there.
control of these proceedings.
Thank you, Chair.
I think this is the evidence we've already heard.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mnacheng. I think you have said enough. Chair, that should conclude our evidence with this witness.
Thank you. Mr. Koza, you may interpret.
Kulesi sigaba ke sokugcina ummeli ubuyele endabeni yalokho okushiwo ngumnumzane uEngelbrecht ukuthi umnyango wezicishamlilo zaseGoli uyawohloka usesimweni esingesihle neze neze. Kodwa ke ushilo ummeli ukuthi lolovo lwakhe ulisekela kulokho akubhala ngonyaka ka2017 echaza ukuthi isimo siye saba sibi kangakanani kulomnyango wezaseGoli wezicisha umlilo. Manje ummeli besembuza kumnumzana uMonaheng ukuthi njengoba echaze lesimo umnumzana uEngelbrecht ukuthi sasinjalo ngo2017 sinjani ke ukusukela ku2017 ukuza manje ingabe ngempela isimo sibi njengoba echaza yini umnumzane uEngelbrecht. Umnumzane uMonaheng ukuhlabe kwakuhlikiza lokho wathi akunjalo, akukho nje ukonakala okukhona futhi kuyamdida ukuthi uqondeni uma ethi isimo lapha yasibi siyawohloka. Ushoni usho iminyango yini ukuthi iminyango ayikho lapha ya amafastela wekho noma usho ukuthi abantu balapha ya abanabo ubungani. Ngakho akaqondi ngempela ukuthi uma ethi isimo kulomnyango wezicishamlilo yaseGoli sibi usuke eqonde ukuthini ngoba njengamanje kune fire station lapha eProtea fire station njengamanje eyalandela izinhlelo ezibekiwe zeCSIR ukuze ibe khona kulandelwe zonke izinhlelo ezikhona futhi baphuma bayoqasha abantu abazosebenza khona. Abantu abaqashelwa ke ukucisha umlilo akuthathwa nje noma ubani okuhlangana naye emgwaqweni ukuthi azosebenza. Uvezile ukuthi bayaqeqeshwa laba bantu, bayawazi umsebenzi wabo futhi kuneziqu ezilindelekile okufanele bazifinyelele babe nazo ukuze basebenze. Banemithetho abayinikezwa iCOGTA ebanikeza imithetho nqubo yokuthi kusebenza abantu abanje nabanje. Ngakho abasebenzisi noma ubani. Kwakhona nje ukuthi kube khona umnumzane uThipe obizwe ngokuthi umuntu obesesikhundleni esiphansi noma ijunior kodwa wagijima waya khona emlilweni uthe kwemmangazile lokho ngoba umnumzane uThipe uneziqu zeBTech uma kuziwa ekucisheni umlilo. Manje kwakhona ke lokho nje ukumehlisa isithunzi asho njalo kungamhloniphi. Uvumile phela ukuthi kungenzeka mhlawumbe umnumzane uEngelbrecht uhlaselwe yilokhu okuye kwenzeke uma usuhambile emsebenzini ususebenza kwenye indawo njengoba eshilo umnumzane uEngelbrecht ukuthi wake waba isikhulu esiphethe eSentini eMidrand. Manje abantu abanjalo uyafune ukuthi izinto zingashintshi zilokhu zinjalo nje. Uma naye umnumzane uMonaheng uyasho ukuthi uma ubuyela lapho bowusebenza khona usuthola abangani bakho abasekho awusajabuli ngoba isimo sisafani nangalesikhathi usekhona. Manje kubonakala ngathi ke naye umnumzane uEngelbrecht uhlaselwe yileso sifo sokufuna ukuthi izinto zingashintshi zime ngendlela yena ayefuna ukuthi zibe ngayo. Ukube bekungenjalo into abengayenza umnumzane uEngelbrecht ukuza kubo kusayinwe lokho kuthiwa iMOA asho ukuthi nakhu mina engikufisayo ukuthi nikwenze ukuze nithuthukise la ukuze sikwazi ukubambisana nakhu engikhala ngakho uthi akazange yena kafike kuye azomeluleka ukuthi uma ningathuthukisa la uzwile ngama workshop ayewaqhuba eqeqesha labo bantu ukuthi basebenze kanjani kodwa konke lokho akumthinti ngoba kuye umnumzane Monageng ubona sengathi umnumzane uEngelbrecht ufuna ukuzenza ualpha noomega okusho ukuthi kufanele lapho kuqale khona yena kugcine yena izinto zibe kanjalo uzuthi uyazingabaza kwazona iziqu zakhe lezi azibiza ngazo ukuthi ngempela zikhona yini ummeli ke kodwa phela uma sekufika kuleyo ndaba uthe cha ake sihambe siye lapha ekhasini 41 kuya ku 46 uzozibona ihlongozo azilethile umnumzane uEngelbrecht azibhalile ngempela wazibona kodwa uma ezibona uthi akazi ukuthi lezi zihlongozo zazibhalelwe ubani ngoba uyaqala nqa ukuzibona yena akaboni ukuthi zazibhalelwe bona ngakho ngeke asho ukuthi zazilotshelwe ukusiza bona ngoba kuba kunjalo zaziyolethwa kuye kwazibani mhlambe kwazona lezi izihlongozo ezikulama khasi 41 kuya ku 66 zazibhalelwe la bayabantu bakhe ababecisha umlilo ayebaqeqesha ngoba yena uyaqala ukuzibona namhlanje ubeke sekuvela lesi sikhundla naso futhi athe siyamphazamisile ukuzibiza ngokuthi i-fire chief uthi umnumzane Monageng awuveli nje ube sewuthwele lesisiqu sokuba i-fire chief kunalokho uqokwa ungqongqoshe uye okunikeza isikhundla sokuthi wena usuyi-fire chief uqoko ubani ke umnumzane uEngelbrecht ngoba nakhona kukhona okubili kukhona lokho kuthiwa i-designated not designated so lapho kusuke kodwa uqokwe uye ungqongqoshe uyachaza ukuthi ngesikhathi esebenza naye kukhona indawo ayesebenza kuyo kodwa nalapho naye waye not designated fire chief officer ngakho uvezile ukuthi konke lokho abekusho ngokwemthetho bekungahambi kuhambisane nemithetho ebekiwe uqhubekile futhi umnumzane Monageng esechaza impela izinto eziningi azibona njengokungahlonishwa phezulu kwabo ubona sengathi umnumzane uEngelbrecht uhamba ahlawulisa abantu izinto abathumela ama-invoice bese labo bantu bebuza bona njengomkhandlu edolobha ukuthi hawu ngokwesibonele Charlotte Maxeke nje nakhona kwaba khona inhlekelele base bekhona bathinyela ama-invoice manje uma sebebuzwa ukuthi lo muntu osenithumela invoice kanti akasiyena inowenu wathi cha asimazi wenabile ke chaza nje ngokungeneliseki kwakhe okukhulu ngendlela asebenza ngayo kubahlaba abahlikize endabeni yama truck abawaletha ebe yena engekho ahlabe zonke izinto ababezenza ngama radio ngalola suku kuze kwangenela yena ke usihlalo ukuthi cha njengommeli ayibuyele kuwe intambo njengommeli lase liyagoqwa kanjalo ke udaba.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Pura.
May I beg the Chair to record this, Mr. Monageng's further affidavit as Exhibit COJ3.
It is so recorded.
Thank you, Chair. That concludes my evidence in chief for Mr. Monageng.
Advocate Sminya.
Chair, may I come after Mr. Brickell?
Yes. On questions of clarification, Mr. Brickell, or on cross-examination?
Chairperson, this is cross-examination pursuant to our application to cross-examine
Yes.
this witness.
Yes, sir is not here on questions of clarification pursuant to Mr. Monageng's evidence in chief. Yes, I will allow you.
Chairperson, I just want to be sure that I'm clear then. We'll be cross-examining, covering principally the matters that Mr. Monageng covered in his primary evidence in chief on day one, but also picking up on some aspects
Yes.
that he may have mentioned today.
How long will you require for your cross-examination, Mr. Brickell?
Chairperson, we had originally estimated around 2 hours. That was excluding interpretation.
Yes.
I envisage perhaps 2 to 3 hours, subject to the
With
flow.
interpretation?
With interpretation.
Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson and Madam Commissioner, we have prepared a bundle of documents for cross-examination of this witness, and we may use it with future witnesses too. We have copies for yourselves, Chairperson and
Yes.
Commissioner, and also for our colleagues and for the witness. My colleague will hand them out.
May I approach, Chair?
Yes, you may. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Yes, Mr. Prickhill.
Chairperson, it may be convenient to refer to this as the SERI bundle.
Yes.
And Chairperson, and Mr. Monacheng, you'll see that it contains this witness statements, two statements, just for convenience, the witness statement of Mr. Mguni and the transcript of proceedings when they both testified at first. The remainder of the bundle, Chairperson, are various policies and bylaws of the city, which we propose to deal with.
Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Monacheng, if I might start by asking, how would you prefer to be addressed? Are you comfortable with Mr. Monacheng? Are you addressed as director or chief? How would you prefer to be addressed?
Anyway, it's fine, sir. As long as you're happy.
Okay. Mr. Monacheng, then. Sir, I will be asking you some questions by way of cross-examination on behalf of two organizations, the Socioeconomic Rights Institute of South Africa, SERI, and the second organization is the Inner City Federation. SERI is a public interest law organization. It represents clients in particular in the inner city. And the Inner City Federation is a self-organizing group made up of residents of inner city buildings, about 40 or more inner city buildings. So that's where I'm coming from in asking you these questions, so that you know where we're coming from. I'm going to start, if I may, Mr. Monacheng, with the conditions in the building. And you testified in some detail about the conditions, the living conditions of the residents in the building, and how, in your view, some of those conditions contributed to the risk of fire. You recall your testimony right at the start on day one of the proceedings.
Correct, yes.
And you'll recall that you testified in particular about the overcrowding, that there were small units, 2.5 meters by 2.5 meters, with large numbers of people in quite a small location. You recall that,
Yes.
that evidence. And what I want to put to you, Mr. Monacheng, is that the context here is that there is a desperate need for low-cost housing in the inner city. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I can agree with that.
And then you talked about, as we moved through the conditions, you talked about things like electricity. And you testified about the use of paraffin stoves, primer stoves for cooking, and the use of candles for light, and those sorts of practices that you saw in the building. And you testified that those two increase the risk of fire.
Correct, yes.
So what I want to put to you is that when a building like Usindiso doesn't have a regular electricity supply, people are more likely to be forced to use paraffin stoves, candles for lighting.
So I cannot object to your submission for a simple reason is that what I've seen through my walk into the building, I witnessed those things in place. And in my industry, they contribute to the fire.
And what I want to put to you is that when there isn't a regular electricity supply to a building like Usindiso, the risk of fire and injuries from fire is increased in various ways. Would you agree with that?
Yes, yes.
So apart from the use of paraffin stoves and candles, there's also the difficulty of people leaving the building if there isn't electricity at the time of a fire, because they're unable to, there's no light effectively.
Yes, without electricity, we must find ways how to cook, we must find ways how to lead the building, and it's fair.
And we know, well, the evidence has been that Usindiso building was without electricity at the specific time when the fire broke out.
There was load shedding.
There was some kind of temporary interruption, whether it was load shedding or an interruption.
Okay.
It's unclear. But that seems to, you accept that that was the factual position. There was no electricity at the time that the fire began.
No, I can't comment on that.
Now, you've talked, in your evidence, you've put Usindiso building in the context of other similar buildings in the inner city. And what I want to put to you is that there are other buildings currently in the inner city that are similar in some ways to Usindiso that are currently without electricity.
Yes, I'll consider that.
And then if I can take you to water, really it's the similar issue that a building of this nature where there is no water supply to the building faces an increased risk of fire and injuries and deaths from fire. Would you agree with that?
I wouldn't agree to that.
You would not agree?
Yes, I can quantify.
Please explain.
In my walkabout in the Usindiso building, our fire hydrant mains were charged. There was water through those mains. Most of it they were tapped into for domestic use. Therefore, Usindiso had water.
Yes, sorry, perhaps I should have been clear. I think we accept that the building did have water. The question relates to, in general, where a building like this is without a water supply, that increases the risk of fire.
No. While I'm sitting, I'm saying, Usindiso in question, it had water.
Yes, I'm with you.
That's the thing. Now, you're going to put an ideal case of, say, if didn't have the water, fire risk will increase.
Yes.
I'm saying to you, if there's no water in the system, in a building, yes, how can you extinguish the fire if there's anything that's going to break out? You need the water as the first source of defense to extinguish the fire. But in case in question, Usindiso had water.
We're on the same page, Mr. Monageng.
Thank you, sir.
So what I want to put to you, and it was unclear to me, but it seemed that Mr. Engelbrecht at some point made a suggestion that there should be disconnections of electricity and water to buildings like this. What I want to put to you, Mr. Monageng,
No, he didn't say that, Mr. Brickhill. That was not Mr. Engelbrecht's evidence.
Chairperson, I may have misunderstood. I'll
Yes.
put the question without referring
Yes,
to Mr. Engelbrecht's evidence.
you may do so.
I was relying on the transcript, and his evidence was not always entirely clear. Let's leave Mr. Engelbrecht out of this, I think, Mr. Monageng. What I want to put to you is that from a fire safety perspective, it is dangerous to disconnect electricity and water supply to large buildings that have hundreds of residents in them. And I'm not talking about Usindiso now, I'm talking in general.
So you see, the generalization part of it, for me, it's neither here nor there. All I'm looking into, if the services are not due for that building, the city's got a process to follow. Hence, when they disconnect the services, I'm not going to be able to comment whether are they allowed to be disconnected, are they paying rates, are they non-paying people. I cannot comment in the space. Hence, I said earlier on, when I come to a building, I inspect to see things are in place. If they're not in place, it's a different story. But to say to disconnect these services, you're posing a building to be in fire risk. I cannot comment on that one, sorry, unfortunately.
Mr. Monageng, I'm asking you simply from the perspective of fire safety. Where a building has hundreds of residents and does not have water and electricity supply, that creates an increased risk to those residents?
Not actually. Let's hold ourselves into Usindiso. I said to you, Usindiso had water. You're saying to me they have electricity, increase the fire risk. I'm saying yes. Because people must find a way how to cook, how to heat themselves, how to light the building. Now you're saying disconnecting these big, large buildings, you're increasing the fire risk. I'm saying to you, I cannot comment on the disconnecting or connecting the electricity. All I'm looking at Usindiso in particular. Let's hold ourselves into Usindiso. Let's discuss Usindiso. You say it didn't have electricity. Possibly that what led to the fire itself, I don't know. But I'm saying to you, Usindiso had water to do the firefighting. All right. Therefore, the increase of risk of this large building disconnecting, I'm sorry, I cannot comment on that one.
You're not prepared to comment on the fire safety when electricity and water are disconnected from large buildings?
Can I show you something? In terms of fire safety, what do you mean? You mean the sprinkler systems to be working, fire detection system working, electrical ventilating sort of system working? What are you implying in terms of fire safety? When building is dark, there's fire, what you call fire escape sort of signs. I can switch off the light in this building, you'll see that green man saying, go out this way. Now, fire system, what are you implying? Are you implying automated systems in that building? Are you implying the lifts? In any way, when there's no electricity, lifts shut off. Therefore, I'm going to use the lifts. What fire risk increase are you talking about here? Are you talking of building evacuation or not be able to see? Therefore, in buildings supposed to be emergency lights. Now we're talking fire safety now. So that even if power can be cut off, you're supposed to be seeing where's my evacuation in terms of fire safety. Okay?
Mr.
But
Monageng,
if-
I think we may be losing each other. And
Okay,
let
okay.
me move forward in the interests of time. You've
Okay.
talked about issues of supply of services, disconnection, payment, and so on. Are
So,
you,
can I just check who spoke about it? Me?
you said you're not able to comment on disconnections and the city's processes and whether they followed those processes.
No, I never spoke about it. You've asked me a question in terms of fire safety. I said to you, I cannot comment whether this large building, when it is connected, increase the fire risk. I said, no ways, I'm going to disagree. I've then asked you to zoom into Usindiso building alone, where it is now.
Mr. Monageng, I am going to ask you, and if necessary, I'll ask the chairperson to direct this. The terms of reference of the commission extend beyond this single building. And so I will be asking you questions in general about the systems in Johannesburg, not limited to the building, and I would appreciate if you would answer those questions.
I can accept it.
I'd like to take you to the bundle, if I may. This is the new bundle that I've provided you with. And I don't want to deal with these two documents in detail because it may be that they're not policies that you implement, but I want to understand whether you have some knowledge of them. The first is, and these are items 8 and 9 in the bundle.
Can you just orientate when you say item, meaning
Item 8, it begins at page 332. Let's
Okay,
deal with the
thank you.
first one first.
300?
332.
Okay. I'm there on 332.
Mr. Monageng, this is the expanded social package. It's a policy of the City of Johannesburg that deals with subsidized and free basic services, water and electricity in particular. I appreciate that this may be outside your direct role, but do you have some knowledge of this, the existence of this policy?
Not at all, sir.
Not at all.
Yes.
Okay, and then let's deal with the next one. If we go to page 335,
I'm on page 335.
this one is the City of the Department of Minerals and Energy's free basic electricity policy from 2003. Are you familiar with that
Not at all, sir.
policy?
Not at all.
Yes.
Chairperson, would just like to object to the line of questioning. The witness is being given a set of propositions which do not have anything to do with the evidence he has led. We do suppose that if there are policy documents that are within the city's realm, engagements could be had with the city to find out who are the designated persons in respect of those policies so that they can be questioned by SERI. We do not believe that what is happening right now is cross-examination as is intended in terms of the application. Thank you, Chair.
Chair-
Mr. Brickhill?
Chairperson, you will have noted that I began by inquiring whether the witness is familiar with the documents. He's confirmed that he's not familiar with these two policies. I don't intend to question him on the contents of the policies, and we'll swiftly be moving on from this topic.
Thank you. That is noted.
Let's come then, Mr. Monageng, to the history of the building. And there was one aspect I wanted to check first. In your very first statement to the Commission, you indicated in paragraph 11 that the history of the building will be canvassed in a separate statement. So there was a reference, we can go there if you like, but that's all it says. The history of the building will be canvassed in a separate statement. I just wanted to confirm that you haven't made a separate statement that we are perhaps not aware of that deals with the history of the building.
All right. That part can be advanced by JPC, Joburg Property Company. They can come before us, they can tell you the history, what has happened. That's a part there.
Okay. So there may be others who have a closer knowledge of the history than you do.
Correct.
You have indicated, though, you have some basic knowledge of the history of the building. You were aware that it was owned by the City of Johannesburg through Johannesburg Property Company.
Correct.
And you were aware of that prior to the fire.
Correct.
You testified in your original testimony about an operation that was conducted in the building in 2019. Do you recall that joint operation?
Yes, the Blitz. The Blitz operation.
A blitz operation.
Yes.
Okay. Would you describe it as a raid?
Yes, it's going to be a raid. There's supposed to be a complainant, a team was set up, the teams went out, and they did what they're supposed to do.
And you testified that raid in 2019 included JMPD, SAPS, the Group Forensic and Investigation Services, GFIS,
Yes,
ward councillors, and yourselves from EMS.
yes, fire safety side.
Fire safety side.
Yes.
Yes. Were you personally present?
No,
No. So it was colleagues of yours.
it was, yes, fire safety side.
I understand. And that took place in 2019.
Correct, yes.
Are you aware of inspections or raids in earlier years or subsequent to 2019
No,
on that building?
I'm not aware, sir.
That's the one that you're aware of. Okay. From your perspective as EMS, was the purpose of the raid to address concerns about safety conditions? Is that why you were involved in that operation?
Yes, from EMS side, we look at the fire safety part of things. It's a function. We go out to make sure the building complies with the prescripts. That's a function, mostly human safety.
Okay. Who was coordinating, who was in charge of that raid? Which entity?
From City of Johannesburg, it was GFIS, Group Forensic Investigation Department.
Okay. And what was your understanding of the legal basis of the raid?
I'm too less in legal basis.
You testified previously that approximately 70 people were arrested during that operation. You recall that testimony?
All I read was that plus minus 100 people were arrested, with 2 key members that were arrested, and subsequently the case never carried on.
The majority of those people were arrested for immigration offences, or
I
alleged
can't
immigration
answer,
offences.
sorry.
Chairperson, my colleague reminds me that I've been ploughing ahead without allowing interpretation.
Yes, Mr. Mujai?
I apologize.
Moeledi o ile a tlhalosa gore o tlile go tlhama mogopolo thata mo faele a sa tswang go neelana ka yone mme o emela thata mekgatlho e mebedi ya seri e le gore tota o tlile go bitsa faele o ka dinela teng mmogo le Inner City e leng mokgatlho wa batho ba ile gore ba nna ka fa tlase mo teng ga toropo mme ba ipopile ngatane e lengwe jaanong bundle eno e tshwere di-statement di le mmalwa jaaka statement sa ga Remguni mmogo e bua ka di-policy le melao ya masepala wa toropo ya Johannesburg so ke dintlha tsa konokono tse di tshotsweng mo bundleng eno jaanong moeledi o ile a botsa Remonageng intshwarele gore maemo a kago a nantse jang a ka tswa e le gore ke ona a bakileng kgotsa a ile a tsenya letsogo mo go tsogeng ga molelo mo kagong jaaka Remonageng a la tlhalosa gore dikaga tsone di na le diphaposi tse dinnye e ka tswa le 2.5 by 2.5 meters jaanong a seno se ra gore go na le kgonagalo ya gore go na le patlafalo e kgolo ya go bona matlo mo teng ga toropo Remonageng a araba ka jaanong mo le dula botsa le ka motlakase gore a e ka tswa le gore go tlhoka motlakase go ka tswa go bakile gore go nne le molelo ka gonne batho ba dirisa dilo tse di tshwana le dikerese le diparafini Remonageng o ile a tlhalosa gore go ka nna jalo jaanong o na botsa gore fa Remonageng a natla mo kagong a go ne go sena motlakase ke eng se le go se ka tswa se dirile go sena motlakase Remonageng o na tlhalosa gore motlakase o no se e ka tswa no bakilwe ke load shedding kgotsa kgaogo e rileng jaanong moeledi na batla go tlhalosa gore a e ka tswa le kgaogo ya mofuta o mongwe well Remonageng o rile a ka se kgone go araba ka gonne ga gana dikarabo tsa mofuta o ntseng jalo jaanong moeledi o na botsa gore a di ka go tse dingwe tsone eseng eno ya Usindiso mme gone tse dingwe a di ka tswa di na le maemo a tshwanang le a Usindiso fa go tloa mo kgeng ya motlakase Remonageng o na tlhalosa gore jaanong kgang ya moruthwitha e ne tla mo kganyeng ya metsi gore a go ne go sena kabelo ya metsi na mme a seno se ka go se nne le kabelo ya metsi a e ka tswa le gore ke gone go ka bakang gore molelo o nne teng Remonageng o na tlhalosa gore nnyaa ga go nna jalo lebaka ke ka gonne go ne go na le di-fire hydrant go na le mo kagong ya Usindiso go ne go na le fire hydrant mains mme metsi a na le teng ka gonne baagi ba kago eo ba ne ba gokagantse dipompo tsa bone mo pompong eno ya fire hydrant main so metsi a ne a le teng jaanong re ka se ke raro gongwe molelo o bakilwe ke gore go ne go sena metsi kgotsa ga go kgona go timiwa molelo ka ntlha gore go sena metsi ka gonne metsi a na le teng jaanong fa go tliwa mo kganyeng ya moeledi o ile a botsa gore jaanong fa go tliwa mo kganyeng ya pabalasego ya molelo a o akanya gore go ka nna kotsi thata fa e le gore go kgaolwa motlakase kgotsa go kgaolwa metsi o re akantse ka gore go na le baagi ba le bantsi ebile ka go ene kgolo thata a seno se ka se ba ke kotsi ya gore go nne le molelo Remonageng o na tlhalosa gore wa bona fa o bua ka kakaretso hela nka se kgone go araba ka gonne ga re itse gore ke se se bakileng gore toropo kwa bofelelong e kgaole metsi le motlakase e ka tswa dilo tse di farologaneng gore batho ga ba duela di-rates tsa bone kgotsa jaanong eo nka se ka kgona go akgela ka yone ka gonne ga e wele mo go nna ga ke batle go akgela ka yone ka se kgone go dira jalo mme gape Remonageng o na botsa gore fa moeledi a bua ka pabalasego ya molelo tota ba bua ka eng a o bua ka di-automated systems a o bua ka di-sprinklers o bua ka di-lifty o gore ka ntlha motlakase ga o yo dilo tseno ga di bereke kgotsa metsi ga yo dilo tseo ga di bereke o tshwanetse a tlhalose gore ka gonne fa o bua ka pabalasego ya molelo ke selo se se anameng thata jaanong o tlhoka gore a tlhalose sentle gore tota a batswa a kaya eng mme re Mmueledi o ile a tlhalosa gore go ya ka ditshupiso di ditumalano tsa kgetsi eno ke ra di-terms of reference ga di bui fela ka kago eno ya Usindiso mme di akaretsa ka kakaretso dikago le fa go ntse jalo o ile a tswelela pele Mmueledi go bua ka items 8 and 9 tse mo tsebe 332 and 335 mme gone di le di a kgapelwa ka thoko ka gonne dipotso tseno di ne di sa amane thata le tiro kgotsa seabe sa ga re mo nageng Mmueledi o ile a tswelela ka go botsa ka history le morago la kago o na bontsha gore gore jaanong jaaka mo paragraph 11 re bona gore history ya kago re mo nageng o ile a bua ka yone o le gore o tla dira statement se se farologaneng malebana le history ya yone a go ne go ntse jalo re mo nageng a tlhalosa gore nnyaa ka gonne JPC Johannesburg Property Company ke yone e le gore ikarabelele dikago tse di ntseng jalo jaanong ke bone fa e le gore go tlhokega statement ka history ya kago go tshwanetse go budue bone jaanong Mmueledi o na botsa gore wena kitso ya gago ya motheo ke e feng ka kago ka dikago tse le gore di ka fa tlase ga JPC a o na le yone kitso e ntseng jalo ya kago eno ya Usindiso o na tlhalosa gore le gore pele ga molelo o na le kitso e rileng ya motheo ka kago eo jaanong Mmueledi o na botsa ka letsholo le le la nna teng ka 2019 le re mo nageng a na tlhalosa gore e ne le blitz operation gore a ne le go tla go raida pleke re mo nageng ona a re ka gonne go ile ga nna le motho o ngongoregang ka ditiragalo tse di diragalang go kagong eo jaanong seno operation eo e ne akaretsa ditheo tse di farologaneng tsa puso tsa pabalesego go akaretsa SAPS fire safety ba councilor jalo le jalo jaanong Mmueledi o na botsa gore a re mo nageng o na le teng ko teng ka rate eo ya 2019 o na tlhalosa gore nnyaa o na seyo le fa go ntse jalo badiri ka ene ba pabalesego ya molelo bone ba ne ba le teng a ba botsa gore pele ga 2019 ga rate eno ya 2019 a go kile ga nna le nngwe gape re mo nageng o na tlhalosa gore ga itse ka yo fa ile gore e kile a nna teng jaanong o na tlhalosa gore mo tirong tseng jalo ka gonne Mmueledi na mmotsa gore o na batla go botsa ka ditheo tse dingwe tse le gore ne di dire tiro ya bone jaaka gore a e ka tswe le gore batho ba ile gore ba ne ba tshwerwe e ne le batswantle ba ile gore ga bana dipampiri tse di maleba kgotsa jang re mona go na tlhalosa gore go ile ga nna le batho ba bangwe ba ba tshwerweng le fa go ntse jalo tiro ya gago mo letlhakoreng la gagwe e ne e le malebana le pabalesego ya batho le pabalesego ya molelo ke ka foo gape go ile ga nna le batho ba tshwana le groups forensics department ba ile gore ke bone ba ne ba etela pele tiro eno ka jalo gore ditiro tse dingwe tsa go tshwara ga batho tota ene se ka fa letlhakoreng la gago ka gonne ene kgotsa lephata la gagwe le tlhomile mogopolo thata mo pabalesegong ya batho le pabalesego ya molelo.
Thank you, Mr. Brickell.
Chairperson. Mr. Monacheng, you will recall that when you testified previously, you described Usindiso building as a hijacked building, and you talked about hijacked buildings generally, and you offered a working definition to Mr. Semenya on behalf of the evidence leaders that a hijacked building is one where when you go to inspect, you cannot identify the owner. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
I'd like to take you now to the city's bylaws that deal with what are called problem buildings and just situate us there. This is at page 172 of the bundle, please.
I'm on page 172.
And if you go to 174, you will see the title, City of Johannesburg Bylaws, Bylaw on Problem Properties, March 2014, published in the Provincial Gazette.
174.
Thank you. Now, as before, it may be that parts of this function don't relate to your role, but I want to establish which parts do and where it connects with EMS. So if we can start just with the definition of a problem property, which appears at page 179. In section 2, subsection 7, around the middle of the page on 179. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
It defines a problem property as any property, building, or portion of a property or building that has been declared a problem property in terms of section 7. You see that definition?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And then the other definition I just wanted to touch on was authorized official, which you'll find at page 176.
I'm on page 176.
And at the foot of the page, section 2, subsection 2, authorized official means an employee of the local authority authorized by the local authority or authorized by any delegated official of the local authority to implement and enforce the provisions of these bylaws.
I'm there.
Okay. Now, I assume that you have not been authorized by the City of Johannesburg to implement these bylaws. You're not an authorized official
Not at all.
as defined. Okay. Do you happen to know who the authorized officials are? You may or may not, but
This is a building I said earlier on. JPC will have to come and explain.
I'm with you.
That's it.
Okay. And if we just go then, the final point is we saw that a problem property is one that has been declared a problem property by an authorized official in terms of section 7. And if I can take you to section 7, it appears at page 182.
I'm on page 182.
182, and section 7 provides powers of authorized official. The authorized official may, subject to the provisions of this section, declare a property or a building or any part thereof a problem property, provided that one or more of the following circumstances exist at the property. And I just want to point you to some of those circumstances. The first one is the building appears to have been abandoned by the registered owner or responsible person. The second one in B is the building does not comply with existing legislation and is not maintained in accordance with the health, fire safety, and town planning and building control bylaws. The third relates to limited use of lifts, and you'll see that they continue in similar vein. D, overcrowding. E, unhealthy, unsanitary, unsightly, or objectionable. F, overloaded or illegally connected electricity supply, and so on. And what I want to put to you is, based on your evidence earlier, Usindiso building may have fallen within this section 7. One or more of those circumstances may have been present in the building.
Correct.
To your knowledge, was the building declared a problem property in terms of section 7?
I don't know, sir. What I know is my team went out to do an inspection and Usindiso didn't comply to our standards. Declaration or not declaration, I've got no knowledge of it.
Thank you. We'll move on then to the next legal instrument. And if I can take you to page 192.
I'm on page 192.
These are the emergency services bylaws, and I imagine that these you are reasonably familiar with.
Correct.
They are applicable to Johannesburg, and they provide some of the powers and functions of EMS, including some of your powers and functions. Is that correct?
Correct.
And these bylaws would also have applied to Usindiso building during the relevant period, before the fire.
Before the fire, yes.
I would like to take you then, if I may, to section 16 of the bylaws at page 205.
I'm on 205.
And you'll see section 16. It deals with installation and maintenance of firefighting equipment. And you testified that when your colleagues visited the building, they found that there were, well, both during the raid and later on during the fire equipment was missing or was not in order.
Correct, yes.
So Section 16 provides installation and maintenance of firefighting equipment. And 16.1 provides every owner of a building must ensure that A, all firefighting equipment and service installations on the premises are installed in a manner and condition ready for use in an emergency. B, all portable and mobile fire extinguishers and all hose reels on the premises are serviced and maintained in accordance with SABS 0105 and SABS 1475. And C, all firefighting equipment and service installations on the premises are 1, maintained in a good working condition by a competent person, inspected and serviced in accordance with manufacturer specifications, and 3, are inspected by an appropriately registered and competent person at least once every 12 months. Finally, D, a comprehensive service record of all firefighting equipment and service installations on the premises is maintained and furnished to the chief fire officer every 12 months. So perhaps we can stop there and perhaps we can interpret it at this stage.
Moeledi o ile a amakganya ya gore ka go eno e ne e thukuthilwe ke hijack building a go ntse jalo me le gore fa le la go sekaseka ka go eno a di le gona go itse gore monga ka go eno ke mang re mona go na tlhalosa gore re ka re ke ka go eno thukuthilweng ka gonne monga kago o na sa itse go ke mang ka nako ya fa re ne re tlhatlhoba jaanong moeledi o ile a bua ka melao ya masepala e le gore e teng segolo jang fa o leba tsebe 174 e buang ka city by law on problem properties me fa o ya go tsebe 179 section 2 subsection 9 e tlhalosa gore fa go bua ka go ena le bothata kgotsa problem property tota go bua ka go e ntseng jang me tsebe 176 yone e tlhalosa gore fa go bua ka authorized official go bua ka motho ntseng jang ke ene o na le dithata tsa gore a ka gona go ta le kago a re no ke kago e na le bothata kgotsa problem property jaanong mo le dula botsa re monage gore a ene le ene ke authorized official o na tlhalosa gore nya ga se authorized official a ba tsweletsa ka go mmotsa gore a o itse gore ke mang authorized official re monage o na tlhalosa gore nya ga itse me fa ile gore karabo wa e tlhoka o tla tlhoka gore a tle a ikgolaganye le JPC ka gonne JPC ke bone ba ba ile gore ba thapa le go tlhama di authorized official me fa go tloa mo tsebe 187 section 7 ke mo moeledi ana tlhalosa gore authorized official ke ena a bolelang phatlalatsa gore kago ke a bothata ke problem property jaanong o na botsa gore a kago eno ya Usindiso a re ka re e wela mo tlhalosong eno ya problem property re monageng o na re o nepile jaanong o na mmotsa gore a kago ya Usindiso ile ya kaiwa ele kago ya bothata kgotsa problem property re monageng o na re ga itse ka seno le fa go ntse jalo o na tlhalosa gore fa bone ba ne ba go tlhatlhoba kago eno ga ya ka ya fitlhelela ditekanyetso tsa bone mo tsebe 192 moeledi o ile a lebisa re monageng mo melao ya masepala e ka tswang e mo ama ka tlhamalalo ya EMS me re monageng o na tlhalosa gore yone ya mo ama ka tlhamalalo ebile wa e lemoga jaanong o na tlhalosa gore a melao eno ya masepala ya EMS e ka tswa ene e ama ka go eno ya Usindiso go ka tlhaloso ya melao e ya masepala pele ga gore molelo o nne teng re monageng o na tlhalosa gore go ntse jalo melao eo ya masepala e malebana le EMS le pabalesego e ama dikago tsotlhe go akaretsa le yone kago ya Usindiso jaanong mo tsebe 205 section 16 go bua ka go gokagangwa ga didirisiwa tsa go thibela molelo le go tima molelo jaanong potso ke gore a di ne di le teng kwa kagong eno ka gonne tsebe 205 e tlhalosa gore fa go bua ka di dirisiwa tsa go thibela le go tima molelo ke di dirisiwa tsa mofuta o feng moeledi o ne a botsa gore a di dirisiwa tsa molelo di ne di seo na kwa kagong mme re mo nageng o ne a araba ka gore di ne di seo.
Yes, Mr. Brickhill.
Mr. Monacheng, so Section 16.1 imposes this duty on every owner of a building to ensure that all of these steps are taken. Here, the owner would be JPC on behalf of the City of Johannesburg, correct?
Correct, yes.
And you've testified previously that the firefighting equipment, including the portable fire extinguishers and hoses, were not compliant at the time of the fire.
Yes.
If I can then take you to Section 16.2, the second subsection of this provision. It provides that every person who inspects, services, or repairs any firefighting equipment or service installation must, A, on completing the inspection, service, or repairs, as the case may be, certify in writing that the equipment or installation concerned is fully functional, and 2, furnish that certificate to the owner of the premises, or, if the equipment or installation cannot readily be repaired to a functional state, notify the chief fire officer of this fact in writing without delay. So it appears that there are two possibilities when there is an inspection, that either the person inspecting must certify effectively the building as compliant, or notify the chief fire officer in writing without delay. Am I understanding it correctly?
You see, in an ideal world, where the building is not hijacked, you'll expect this to happen. Usindiso is a different building. Pre-2019, it was hijacked. We went and it was hijacked. In 2019, we did inspection. None of this was in place. Okay.
So,
now it goes back to the same issue. No one will go and inspect that building from my team, number one.
Mr.
Okay.
Monacheng, we will get to some of those issues,
Okay.
but I'd ask you just to bear with me and answer the questions as I go. It's really just a basic factual question that, and I think you've already confirmed, that notification did not take place following an inspection.
No, nothing. Because all we know, Usindiso it's a hijacked building.
And it wouldn't, the chief fire officer, currently it's you
Yes.
in that acting position, but at the time in 2019 it would have been your predecessor.
No, I was acting in 2019.
You were acting already then?
Yes.
Okay. So you can confirm that you didn't receive any notification
No.
in terms of 16.2? Okay, thank you. If I can then deal briefly with sections 17 and 18, and I don't propose to read them in full.
On page 206.
On page 206, Mr.
Yeah,
Monacheng, thank you. Section 17 provides for a power of the chief fire officer to designate premises for emergency evacuation plans. And it provides in 17.1, the chief fire officer may, by written notice, designate any premises as a premises requiring an emergency evacuation plan.
Yes.
You see that? And then section 18, which follows, provides for the duties of an owner or occupant if the chief fire officer has designated a building in that way.
Correct.
Okay. And again, I just wanted to confirm that Usindiso building was not designated as requiring an emergency evacuation plan.
No.
Can I ask you, with the benefit of hindsight, and without wanting to be, the intention is not to be critical, but with the benefit of hindsight, would it have been beneficial to have had that emergency evacuation plan in place ahead of the fire?
I said in my testimony earlier on, we've got a team called PIA, Public Information Education Resource Team, that is under fire safety. And disaster management came as well as say in the plan, they've got what they call pre-incident planning. That is when we'll go out to these buildings, identify the key stakeholders, we'll teach and educate members of public how to behave if there's a situation. We'll even go to the premises and inform, educate them how they're supposed to deal with fire extinguishing equipment. Usindiso is a different sort of building. There's no way I'll design my powers to Usindiso that is being hijacked. It's impossible. But if you take, I'm going to make a simple example. One of the places can be a building, I don't want to mention the name of the company, but we're building in a city that forever I'll want them to comply to this. They've appointed the fire safety officer will report to us, and we sort of in understanding multinational key points. This is where it's applicable. Okay. Where there's control access, factories where there's certain things in place. But Usindiso, it was a different building. West of it was hijacked, therefore even our members to go and educate the members, it wasn't something possible. Therefore, if we had a chance, at the same time, when you want to certify a particular building, we'll teach them in terms of evacuation plans, we'll even go interrogate their own plans in place, we'll do the drills with them, we'll make sure they've got things in place, we'll involve fire safety teams, we'll involve disaster management teams, and the role players will then educate them. When you walk out of there, I can then sign off and say, your building, I've got certain documents submitted to meet compliance, let it carry on. We'll see you again in 8 months' time towards the 12-year period on the same space. But Usindiso, it's a different sort of game on its own.
Thank you, Mr. Monageng. From our point of view, those are very important issues, and I may have returned to them tomorrow in terms of the engagements with buildings and the training that you provide. I just
Yes,
want
at that point, allow the interpreter to interpret.
Chairperson.
Me moeledi o ile a bua ka kganya Usindiso gore ka go eno monga yone ke mang re Monageng o na tlhalosa gore JPC ke ena monga kago jaanong o na botsa gore a di dirisiwa tsa go lwantsha molelo a di ne di bereka ka nako ya fa molelo o no runya re Monageng o na tlhalosa gore gore nya di ne di sa bereke ka nako ya fa molelo o no o runya jaanong ona botsa moeledi gore go tlhatlhoba kago go dirwa jang mme go tlhatlhobiwa le gore kago e tle newe certificate sa go sa ya tshwanelega e tsamaisana le ditekanyetso le melao ya masepala e tshwanetse gore e tle e newe ke inspector kgotsa inspector fa ile gore ga kgone go renela certificate a itsise chief fire officer e le gore re Monageng ke ene chief fire officer jaanong re Monageng ona dumela gore go ntse jalo le fa go ntse jalo fa go tloa mo kagong ya Usindiso go kgone go ka se kgone go dirwe inspection go tlhatlhobiwe kago eno lebaka ke ka gonne ke kago e hijackilweng e thukutilweng jaanong ne re ka se kgone gore re tle re tsene re tlhatlhobe ke ka fo le certificate sa gore kago e mo maemo a siameng ene re ka se kgone gore re ba fe yone mme jaanong fa go tloa mo tsebe 206 e moeledi a ile a lebisa re Monageng mo go yone section 17 le 18 e bua ka dithata tsa chief fire officer mmogo le ditiro tsa monga lefelo kgotsa monni wa kago gore ke ona le maikarabelo afe fa nna mo kagong eo jaanong go na le se se bidiwang emergency evacuation plan e le gore chief fire officer tshwanetse a tlhomamisa gore ya dirwa mo dikagong tse di farologaneng jaanong moeledi o na botsa gore kwa Usindiso a go ile ga nna le yone emergency evacuation plan kgotsa go tshaba thulaganyo ya go tshaba kago fa go na le maemo a tshoganyetso re Monageng o na tlhalosa gore ba na le thulaganyo e ba e bitsang PS system kgotsa ke yone e le gore e ruta setšhaba ka gore ba ka kgona gore ba itshireletse le gore ba tshwanetse gore ba dire eng ba itshware jang fa ile gore kago e mo kotsing o na tlhalosa gore ba ya go dikagong tse di farologaneng mme ba ruta banni gore ba tshwanetse ba dire jang fa go na le maemo a tshoganyetso jaanong o tlhalosa gore kwa Usindiso seo ga se ka sa dira lebaka golo ke ka gonne ke kago e thukutilweng jaanong re ka o na tlhalosa gore ga ba kgone go bereka ko Usindiso ga ba kgone go ruta batho ba kwa Usindiso gore fa go na le molelo kgotsa go na le maemo a tshoganyetso ba tshwanetse go dira eng ka gonne ke kago e le gore e thukutilwe mme o na tlhalosa gore ka nako ya fa ba dira tlhatlhobo ya kago go na dikago di le mmalwa tse le gore a ka se rate go duma ka maina tse le gore fa ba ne ba fitlha ko teng mme ba di tlhatlhoba ka nako ya fa ba ba nela certificate ba tlhomamisa gore ba ruta baagi ba kago eno gore ba tshwanetse ba dire eng ka maemo a tshoganyetso le gore ke dikgato dife tse ba tshwanetse go ba di tsaye go thibela gore maemo a tshoganyetso a nne teng. Jaanong ke thulaganyo e ba e dirang gore ene jaaka chief fire officer fa a tle a nela ka certificate a se signer e be le gore batho bano ba bone thuto eo ya emergency evacuation plan, mme o tla tlhomamisa gore mo dikgweding di le robedi tse di latelang ba tsamaisana le thulaganyo eno e le gore fa a tla go boa morago ga dikgwedi di le robedi go tla go dira tlhatlhobo ya ngwaga le ngwaga e be le gore bone ba setse ba rutilwe gore ba tshwanetse ba dire eng ka maemo a tshoganyetso.
Chairperson, I see that it is 4 p.m. and I've reached the end of this particular theme. It would be a convenient point for me
Yes.
to break with your leave, Chair.
Yes. These proceedings stand adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock.